Chapter 1338. After the door was slammed shut, Shang'er's heart skipped a beat. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't afraid of an angry Ah Ching. However, she couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. She used to think that this guy was blind, but why did she find him more and more good-looking now? He looked twice as handsome when he was angry. Was it because he didn't wear an eye mask? Shang'er pretended to be flustered and asked, "Why did you close the door? Where's the child?" Ning Ching asked in return. Shang'er laughed mischievously. "I'm just..." Before she could finish, Ning Ching interrupted her. "Since you're pregnant, get rid of it." Shang'er didn't understand what he meant and was confused. He opened the door and shouted outside, "Someone, get a female doctor here." Shang'er finally realized the danger. She turned and wanted to escape, but Ning Ching closed the door again and leaned his tall body against the door, blocking her. "I was just joking. I have something important to discuss with you." "Really?" "Ah Ching, we've known each other for so many years. Just give me a chance." The more Shang'er looked at Ning Cheng's gloomy face, the more flustered she became. She felt guilty and couldn't continue. Ning Cheng just stared at her and didn't say a word. She lowered her head and said resentfully, "I'll leave." "I'll leave now, okay?" "No," Ning Cheng said coldly. Shang'er looked up suddenly. "I'll never be able to see you again, okay?" "No," Ning Cheng said again. "What do you want?" Shang'er asked loudly. "Get rid of the child and you can leave," Ning Cheng said coldly. "I don't have a child. How do you want me to get rid of it?" Shang'er was about to cry. "I don't care." Ning Cheng was indifferent. If he didn't teach this woman a lesson she would remember today, she would definitely come looking for him again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Master Cheng, the doctor is here." Ning Cheng said, "Tell the doctor that the child is very big. There's no need to use medicine. Think of another way." Outside the door, everyone was stunned. "The child is very big. Jean, her stomach isn't big at all. What's going on?" The female doctor who had been brought over had a serious expression on her face as she said, "Boss Ching, if the child is not taking medicine when he's grown up, then we'll have to use external forces. I need to find some tools." Ning Ching replied faintly. Shang'er's face darkened. She couldn't imagine how cruel an external force could be. She stared at Ning Ching, motionless like a statue. Time passed bit by bit. After a while, someone knocked on the door again. It was the doctor. "Boss Ching, everything is ready. Can I go in now?" Ning Cheng was about to turn around and open the door when Shang'er suddenly pounced on Ning Cheng. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wrapped her legs around his waist. She kissed Ning Cheng on the lips and kissed him without hesitation. Ning Cheng was stunned. He had never touched such softness in his life. He only felt that the woman's wet lips were unbelievably soft. Shang'er had never kissed before. She threw caution to the wind and kissed him with all her might. In a moment of confusion, her tongue actually found its way into Ning Cheng's mouth. Ning Cheng finally came back to his senses and pushed her away forcefully. It seemed like an instinctive reaction. He didn't know how much strength he had used, but this push actually sent Shang'er flying. Shang'er crashed into the wall and fell down. She sprawled on the ground and didn't move. Ning Cheng was obviously irritated. He wiped his mouth and walked towards her. He kicked her and said coldly, "Get up. If you keep pretending, I'll throw you out to feed the dogs." Shang'er didn't move. Ning Cheng kicked her again. Seeing that she still didn't move, he realized that something was wrong. He quickly squatted down and lifted Shang'er's head. Only then did he see that she was unconscious. Her forehead was injured and covered in blood. Ning Ching was obviously angry. He spat out a mouthful of turbid air and let go of his hand. With a thud, Shang'er's head hit the ground again. "You're courting death." Ning Ching left these two words and strode out of the door. When he came out, the crowd went into hiding again. Only the female doctor and a servant were left standing at the door. "Go in and take care of her," Ning Ching said angrily and left. The female doctor and the servant were quite frightened by his angry look. After he left, the female doctor's reaction was slow. She nodded and said, "Okay, okay." The servant thought that Master Ching had asked him to take care of Shang'er. Seeing the female doctor's reaction, he thought that he had misunderstood. Thus, he said to the female doctor, "Hurry up and go in. If it's not convenient, I won't go in." The female doctor hurried in and closed the door behind her. She then found Shang'er unconscious on the ground with blood flowing from her forehead. What happened just now? She couldn't care less and hurried over. The first thing she did was to help Shang'er stop the bleeding and treat the wound. After the bleeding stopped, she glanced at Shang'er's flat stomach. She was basically sure that this woman was not pregnant. She was even more puzzled. After taking her pulse, she was very sure that Shang'er was not pregnant. But why did Boss Ching say that the child was very big and that she had to abort it? What did he mean by, "Go in and take care of her"? The female doctor really couldn't figure it out. She used a lot of effort to pull Shang'er onto the bed. After thinking for a long time, the female doctor went out. She found the servant who had brought her over and said seriously, "Tell Boss Ching that the matter has been taken care of." The servant was still confused about Shang'er's pregnancy. After hearing this, he pretended to know and paid the consultation fee. "It's good that it's been taken care of." The female doctor was very clear-headed. The servant didn't ask further. Otherwise, she wouldn't know how to explain it. She thought that Boss Ching wouldn't answer her, so she took the consultation fee and left. Thus, the news of Shang'er's pregnancy was taken seriously and spread among the servants. Meanwhile, Shang'er ended up sleeping on Ning Cheng's bed. Ning Cheng was busy until late at night. As soon as he entered the room, he saw Shang'er curled up on his bed and sleeping soundly. He almost thought that he had entered the wrong room. Didn't he instruct the servant to get rid of this woman? Why was she still here? He was about to find the servant to vent his anger when Shang'er suddenly muttered, "Drink, come, fill it up." Ha! "Fourth master, as long as this deal is closed, I'll take care of all the wine on the table today. What do you think about this?" "Ha, it's just 10 jars. Sixth master, take that batch of goods. I'll add another jar. If I get drunk, you can do whatever you want with me." She talked in her sleep for a long time. All of it was related to wine, and it was all talk about business at the wine table. Ning Cheng listened quietly and unknowingly sat down at the side. "Come, drink. We're not going home until we're drunk," Shang'er suddenly shouted. Ning Cheng's mouth twitched. He seemed to want to do something but was hesitating. "Are you drinking or not?" It's you," Shang'er shouted again. She even stretched her hand out of the blanket as if she was holding it. Ning Cheng finally couldn't take it anymore and replied, "Drink." Shang'er even raised her hand and asked loudly, "How much?" Ning Cheng's lips unconsciously curled into a faint smile. He asked, "How much do you want to drink?" Unexpectedly, Shang'er suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. She said excitedly, "Ah Ching, have you forgiven me?" At this moment, Ning Cheng was stunned. He remembered that Ning Nuo would also talk in her sleep when she was young. After he was woken up, he could converse with Ning Nuo a few times. When he asked Ning Nuo the next morning, Ning Nuo didn't remember anything. Thus, he couldn't help but want to talk to her about Shonger. But, this woman was actually faking it. Yes, Shonger was faking it. She had woken up a long time ago and hadn't left. She had stayed on the bed waiting for Ning Qing to come back. When she heard the door open, she pretended to be asleep without thinking. She heard him walk to the side of the bed and didn't hear anything else. Although it was only quiet for a while, she felt especially uncomfortable. She closed her eyes, but she could feel him staring at her. She couldn't take this kind of torture. She felt that if she didn't do something, she would give up. But what could she do when she pretended to be asleep? She thought of talking in her sleep. As she spoke, she almost couldn't continue and was hesitating whether she should just get up and sleepwalk. Who knew that Ah Ching would actually be interested in talking to her? First, this guy didn't throw her out. Second, he even listened to her sleep talk for so long. Third, he even talked to her. This discovery made Shonger so excited that she couldn't continue pretending. Ah Ching, I knew you wouldn't be so heartless. You helped me treat my wound, let me sleep here, and even talk to me. Hee hee. Let's reconcile. Shonger laughed shamelessly. Ning Qing glanced at the wound on her forehead and couldn't be bothered to explain. He said, okay, we've reconciled. You can scram now. Then aren't you responsible for me? Shonger asked seriously. Why should I be responsible for you? Ning Qing looked incredulous. He had never seen such a thick-skinned woman in his life. We kissed. Shonger replied. Ning Qing couldn't help but frown. After fighting with this woman for so many years, this was the first time he realized that she was such a casual woman. He replied rudely, you forced it. I won't admit it. A forced kiss is still a kiss. Shonger said innocently. Ning Qing was so angry that his face turned green. Shonger hurriedly changed her words and said seriously, now the entire Liu Bei enterprise knows that I'm your woman. If you don't take responsibility for me, how am I going to live in the future? Who else can I marry? Ning Qing suddenly leaned forward. Shonger was actually afraid, but she held on and didn't move, allowing him to close in. Ning Qing said, the entire Liu Bei enterprise also knows that Shekyu is my woman. Do you know how she died? Shonger finally retreated. She had to distance herself from this man or she wouldn't be able to talk calmly. Ning Qing knew that Shekyu had betrayed her when Lu Xiaoyao recognized her as Hua Kuei. Shonger didn't know how to answer, but Ning Qing asked again, what's the difference between you and Shekyu? I'm prettier than her. Shonger replied immediately. Ning Cheng's gaze fell unceremoniously on Shonger's chest and snorted. Shonger subconsciously covered her breasts with both hands and was about to scold him. But seeing his contemptuous smile, she decisively let go. Although her ears were burning, she still puffed out her chest and allowed her to look. Ning Qing only took a glance and wasn't interested. Shonger knew that her figure wasn't as good as Shekyu's. She thought for a moment and said seriously, Ah Qing, I can help you find a better woman than Shekyu. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Looking at her face, at this moment, Ning Qing was really speechless. Chapter 1339. Seeing that things were going well, Shonger hurriedly added, Ah Qing, I can help you make money, and I can help you pick a woman. Most importantly, I'm most familiar with the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Just let me come back. 10 taels of silver it is. I don't think it's too little. She had already thought it through. As long as she could return to the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, she could casually make a deal and eat a lot of money. Ning Qing originally didn't want to say anything, but after hearing her say this, he couldn't help it. You can make money. All the money you've embezzled from the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce over the years, you've spent it all on Lu Xiaoyao, right? You can make money, you can use the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's money to make a lot of private money. As Ning Qing spoke, he immediately explained in detail how Shang'er had made use of several big deals to make money over the years. He even taught Shang'er a few better methods. If you did that, it would be perfect, but unfortunately. Ning Qing said, gently patting her head, unfortunately, you can't do it here. This was a great humiliation, but Shang'er was convinced. Qing had used a short 3 days to become the real master of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. She was already very impressed, but what Qing said just now made her admire him even more. She was quiet for a long time, then said seriously, Qing, I want to worship you as my master. Ning Qing heard this and finally broke down, roaring, are you going to scram or not? He had been hurt and humiliated. How thick was this woman's skin? What was her heart made of? She was so shameless, wouldn't she get hurt? Shang'er was determined to cling to this man. She lay back down and pulled the quilt, I'm sleepy, I can't scram. How much do you want? Name a price. Ning Qing said coldly. If you let me stay, I promise I won't be greedy for money. I don't want the 10 taels of silver every month. You just have to make sure I have enough to eat and wear. Shang'er said. In that moment, Ning Qing almost threw the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce's token to her. After all, besides him, she was the one who could control the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce the most. However, Ning Qing still didn't do so. Since he didn't kill her before, why would he push her into the fire pit now? One had to know that the person who had the most control over Liu Bei did not mean that he could protect Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He had to find someone with a strong military background who was familiar with the ways of business to take over Liu Bei. If not, once Li Zheng's family came to seek revenge, no one would be able to resist. Ning Qing sat down and let out a long sigh. Shang'er looked at him and sat up unconsciously. She had to admit that Qing was so quiet and serious that it scared her. She would rather he yell at her and be fierce to her. Seeing Qing look up, she immediately lowered her head. Ning Qing took out 2 keys and said lightly, these are the keys to Immeasurable Mountain's treasury. There are a total of 3 keys, and one is with Xiong Fei. Xiong Fei killed Yu Jing, so he should be given a share. The rest is all yours. The key was what Shang'er wanted the most, but she didn't take it. She asked warily, what are the conditions? Ning Qing said word by word, don't even think about the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Get out of here. Shang'er refused. I don't want it. Ning Qing was surprised. Don't you want money? You should know that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce might not be able to earn that much money even if they spend another 3 years. I want you. Shang'er replied without hesitation. I don't want money, I want you. Ning Qing was stunned for a moment, then he burst out laughing as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. However, to him, these words were really the funniest joke in the world. He knew better than anyone else how greedy Shang'er was for money. She actually didn't want money, but wanted him. He leaned over and placed his hands on the couch, closing in on her. Shang'er, I don't want to play anymore. Even if you give me 10 years, I won't be able to help you earn more money. He patted her face and sneered. Wake up. He didn't pat her hard at all, and her face didn't hurt, but she didn't know why, but her heart ached. It was as if every time he patted her, her heart would ache. So unbearable, she still ignored it and laughed. She said, I don't care. Anyway, I want you. Ning Qing finally lost his patience. He carried her in his arms and strode out of the door. He took a shortcut to the back door and threw her out without any mercy. The door slammed shut with a bang. Xiong Fei. he shouted angrily. Xiong Fei hurried over. Boss Ching, what happened? Why are you so angry? Coldly, he said, pass down the order. No matter who it is, if they let Shang'er in again, they'll get lost with her. Outside the door, Hua Jin helped Shang'er up. When she saw the wound on her forehead, she panicked. Did he hurt you? Shang'er shrugged and said, no, I asked for it. Hua Jin then realized that Shang'er seemed to be in a good mood. She asked suspiciously, what happened? Shang'er burst out laughing. Jin, he really didn't want to kill me. She had already angered him, but he still didn't want to kill her. This was really beyond her expectations. Hua Jin was still confused. Confused, Shang'er pulled her away. Let's find a place to stay nearby. I don't believe that he won't go out. Shang'er smiled slyly. Shang'er really did stay nearby. She watched the main entrance of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild and let Hua Jin guard the back door. Hua Jin was an assassin, but she didn't feel aggrieved that she had fallen to this state. She was just bored to death. These 2 days, Ah Ching didn't go out, but someone from the Liu Bei Merchant Guild came. Ba Tu. When Shang'er saw Ba Tu standing at the entrance, she was so angry that she wanted to rush over and bite him. Hua Jin said very calmly, although he was the one who burned Lu Xiaoyao, Ah Ching was the one who started it. Shang'er said resentfully, Liu Bei Merchant Guild did a lot of business with the wolf sect last year, but Ba Tu wasn't the one in charge. Why is he here? Hua Jin shrugged, looking like it was useless to ask her. Shang'er couldn't be bothered to say more. They could only wait. Ba Tu went in for a while before coming out. He left with an ugly expression. Jin, I have a bad feeling again. Shang'er said in a low voice. A complicated look flashed past Hua Jin's eyes. She also said in a low voice, since you have a bad feeling, let's leave. Shang'er glared at her and didn't say anything else. That afternoon, Shang'er's bad feeling came true. Ba Tu came again. After he got off the carriage, he dragged a middle-aged woman out of the carriage. This person was none other than Lu Xiaoyao's procuress. Shang'er sat down by the window and muttered, Jin, I'm finished. She thought that Ba Tu would kill the procuress, but she didn't expect him to take her away. He brought the procuress to her door. It was undoubtedly the procuress who sold her out. Hua Jin turned to look at the dispirited Shang'er and said helplessly, why do you keep people who betray their masters? Shang'er said something even more helpless than Hua Jin, when Ah Ching put a bounty on my head, everyone knew that I had no money. Anyone would sell me out. Hua Jin said coldly, so, I've never been human. Shang'er wanted to laugh, but she couldn't. She knew very well how serious the situation was. Behind Ba Tu was the wolf sect, a sect that few could afford to offend. Although Ah Ching was the one who handled the transactions between the Liu Bei Merchant Guild and the wolf sect last year, she still knew about it. The current leader of the wolf sect, Miss Han Xiang, was an extremely protective and unforgiving person. Ah Ching's dealings with the wolf sect were not for the sake of making money, but for the sake of making friends. The wolf sect was the strongest faction in the southern part of the mysterious continent. Lu Jing told Ah Ching that as long as they could make friends with the wolf sect, the Liu Bei Merchant Guild's business in the southern part of the mysterious continent would be easy. No one would dare to cause trouble. However, according to her understanding, Miss Han was very ambitious and had always wanted to be a partner of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild. Lu Jing had refused, and so had Ah Ching. Not for anything else, but because once Han Xiang entered the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, Lu Jing and Ah Ching would lose their right to speak and become servants. Shang'er was silent for a while before suddenly standing up, I want to go take a look. Hua Jin hurriedly pulled her back, do you want to die? Do you think Batu will forgive you for playing him like this? I'll take responsibility for my own actions. I can't implicate Ah Ching and the Liu Bei Merchant Guild. Shang'er said seriously. That guy is quite capable. Maybe he can help you. Hua Jin comforted her. Batu can squash him to death with a single finger. Jean, you know that in this place, martial arts is the real deal. Shang'er said indifferently. Then all the more you can't go. Do you think Ah Ching will sacrifice his own life to protect you? Hua Jin asked seriously. You're not stupid yourself, so why do you think he's so stupid? Shang'er pouted resentfully and leaned against the window again. She would wait. Shang'er waited until night fell before she saw Batu come out. The procuress didn't follow him. Shang'er didn't understand the situation and wanted to barge in to ask what was going on. Unfortunately, she tried a few times, but was blocked by the guards every time. On her last attempt, the back door suddenly opened. It was Ah Ching who opened the door. She rushed up to him and asked, "What did Batu want from you?" Ning Qing didn't speak and only looked at her cold. Shang'er asked again, "Did he threaten you?" Ning Qing still didn't speak. Shang'er turned around and left. Ning Qing finally spoke, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to look for him. I started this, so I'll deal with it myself." Shang'er answered. Unexpectedly, Ning Qing said, "Shang'er, why are you in such a hurry?" Shang'er turned back with a puzzled expression. Batu has already killed the procuress. He's rushing to his master to claim credit. I promised to discuss a collaboration with Miss Han tomorrow. Shang'er interrupted Ning Qing and asked seriously, "Ah Qing, you're protecting me, aren't you?" Ning Qing laughed and said, "You should know that the power behind Lu Jing isn't weak. After killing Lu Jing, we can only work with the wolf sect." You? Shang'er was stunned. "I've already planned this. I have to thank you for provoking Tuesday, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to turn back. After all, I've rejected Miss Han before," Ning Qing said cold. Shang'er looked at Ah Qing. For the first time, she felt scared and unfamiliar. For the first time, she realized that she knew so little about him. But even so, she still didn't believe that he was willing to be a lackey. She still believed that he had his reasons. "You knew that I was nearby. Why didn't you hand me over?" she asked stubbornly. Ah Cheng's answer almost made her despair. Chapter 1340. Ning Qing said to Shang'er, "After tomorrow, Batu will be the head of the guards of the Liu Bei Merchant Guild. If you really have the guts, come and knock on the door again." With that, he turned and entered the house. This time, he did not slam the door but slowly closed it. Shang'er stood rooted to the ground, her heart stifled. Suddenly, she felt like she was out of the game. She had always thought that this game was between her and Ah Qing, but now she realized that this game was between Ah Qing and Han Xiang. She was completely kicked out by Ah Qing. She had always thought that he really did not want to kill her and could not bear to kill her. Now she realized that he just did not want to kill her. Hua Jin walked out from the side, clearly surprised by Ah Cheng's words. "Shang, let's retreat," she said seriously. Shang'er gritted her teeth. "I won't." Even if Liu Bei Trade Consortium was Ning Qing and Han Xiang's plan, so what? She still wanted to mess things up. "I just don't believe that he's someone who will be a servant," Shang'er said coldly. The next afternoon, Shang'er saw Han Xiang coming from afar. She had never seen Han Xiang before, but she could recognize that the luxurious carriage belonged to the wolf sect. When Han Xiang alighted, Shang'er immediately asked, "Jean, am I prettier or is she prettier?" "You're prettier." Hua Jin was not lying. Han Xiang's looks were really ordinary. Clothes made the man, and gold made the Buddha. If it wasn't for her gorgeous clothes, exquisite makeup, and exquisite accessories, no one would take a second look at her if she stood in the crowd. She's talented, admit it. Hua Jin added. She's just lucky. There are many people more talented than her, but she just had to meet the wolf sect master. Shang has said indignantly. Everyone in the mysterious continent knew that Han Xiang was not the wolf sect master's biological daughter. She was just an adopted daughter. No matter what, she's more talented than you. Hua Jin had always been very objective. If not for Shang's poor talent, Shang would have won over Han Xiang with her background. Jin, can't you comfort me? Shang was angry. However, Hua Jin spoke the truth again. Jin, you sound jealous. Could it be that there's something between Ah Ching and Han Xiang? No. Shang muttered, Ah Ching is really blind. If he wanted to find a backer, wouldn't he go to the heavens to find one? Why did he find someone who was an adopted daughter? Idiot. The more Hua Jin listened, the more jealous she felt. She hugged her sword and stood to the side, not saying anything. They had been keeping watch all this time and had even forgotten to eat. At night, Han Xiang finally came out. Ning Qing personally sent her out. Ning Qing was well aware of the background of the wolf sect. He also knew that Han Xiang was not the biological daughter of the wolf sect's leader, Han Qin. Helplessly, he'd been fighting in Northern Li all this time. All he knew was that Bai Yanqing had kidnapped Han Yunxi and taken her to the poison sect's forbidden grounds. He didn't know that a Han Qin had appeared there, much less the relationship between him and Han Yunxi. After the war, he'd left Northern Li and hadn't contacted any of his old friends. He didn't know anything about Han Qin or the promise of 10 years. They had already walked him to the door. Logically speaking, the guests would politely say, "Please wait." But Han Xiang didn't say anything. She simply walked down the steps. Ning Qing knew what to do and followed her down. But Han Xiang suddenly sprained her ankle. In her panic, she grabbed his arm. Ouch! Ning Cheng's eyes flashed coldly. He picked her up in his arms and strode over to the carriage, personally carrying her inside. Shang remained calm. After all, she'd done plenty of things like putting on a show to support him. But who knew that Ah Qing stayed in the carriage for a very long time and didn't come out? The more Shang watched, the faster her breathing quickened. Do you really want to be a servant? Inside the carriage, Ning Qing had been about to get off for a long time, but Han Xiang stopped him to talk about something else. Since Miss Han isn't tired, why don't we find a place where we can talk? Ning Qing asked. No need. Let's do it here. Tell me, how do you plan to sell those goods? As Han Xiang spoke, she leaned lazily on the high pillow and sized up Ning Qing seriously. Although she was only 25 and unmarried, she'd met countless men and had many male pets at home. A few years ago, after she'd entered the Xiankong upstart ranking, her father had slowly handed over the affairs of the wolf sect to her. With her father's retirement, she gradually took control of the wolf sect. With her superb martial arts and power, she naturally attracted the attention of many men. Unfortunately, none of the men she liked allowed her to marry into the wolf sect. As for the men she didn't like, she could only find them to play with when she was bored. They couldn't accompany her for long. In recent years, the Liu Bei Merchant Guild had suddenly appeared in the southern part of the mysterious continent and developed into a large merchant guild. However, it was only after the Liu Bei Merchant Guild sold a few batches of goods to the wolf sect last year that she learned that there was a capable person called Ah Qing in the guild. This man's martial arts were average, but he was well versed in the ways of the merchants. One had to know that the business world was like a battlefield. Those who didn't have some skills wouldn't be able to stand firm, and those who didn't have strategies wouldn't be able to go far. Wasn't this the kind of man she wanted and lacked the most? If this man could stay by her side and help her manage the affairs of the wolf sect, she could practice martial arts in peace. In a little more than a year, the promise of 10 years would be up. In that battle, not only did she want to defeat Han Yunshi, but she also wanted to seize the opportunity to make a big move. As Han Xiang listened to Ning Qing, she put her hand on Ning Cheng's shoulder. A trace of malice flashed across Ning Cheng's eyes, but he still didn't make a sound. Unexpectedly, Han Xiang's hand slid down his shoulder, wanting to hold his hand. Ning Qing evaded without a trace and was about to leave. Who knew that Shang's scolding voice suddenly came from outside? "Ah, Qing, come out. You're a bastard who abandons her. If you don't tell me clearly today, I won't let you off. Come out." This. What was she singing this time? Ning Qing hurriedly alighted from the car and Han Xiang followed suit. Shang angrily ran towards them, but unfortunately, before she reached them, she was stopped by Han Xiang's guards. Although Han Xiang was curious, she was very calm as she smiled and asked, "Ah, Qing, who is she?" Ning Qing shot a glance at Ba Tu, who was standing by the side and was about to speak when Shang introduced herself. "I am Shang Lu Xiaoyao's courtesan and also Lu Zheng's goddaughter, Lulu." Ba Tu immediately raged, "So it's you, slut. Give me your life." Shang didn't hide and was even fiercer than Ba Tuesday. "Stop right there." Ba Tu seemed to be intimidated and really stopped in his tracks. But very quickly, he regained his senses. "Little slut, you dare to speak to me like this? If I don't play you to death today, I'll write my name backwards. Just you wait. I'll just ask Ah Qing one question. After that, you can do whatever you want to me." Shang said angrily. Ning Cheng's brows were knitted together, but he couldn't say anything in front of Han Xiang. He really didn't know what Shang was up to and could only wait and see. Who knew that Shang would look at him and ask seriously, "Ah Qing, do you still like me?" Ning Cheng was almost angered to death. He didn't know what Shang was up to and asked in return, "Eldest miss, I've never liked you, right?" Shang's eyes suddenly reddened and she turned back to look at Ba Tuesday. "All right, I played you. You want to die? Come over here." Ning Cheng's right hand unconsciously clenched. He then realized that Shang was serious. It had only been a few days. How did such a smart person like her become stupid? Did she become stupid or crazy? Did she really want to die? Didn't she know that falling into Ba Tu's hands would be worse than falling into Steward Ma's? Ba Tu laughed lewdly. "Little girl, you have guts. No wonder you're the second in command of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Hee hee, how could I bear to kill you? I'll definitely dote on you." Shang didn't move as she allowed Ba Tu to approach her step by step. She just stared at Ning Qing. Actually, she wasn't crazy at all. She was gambling. Gambling on whether Ning Qing would protect her. Gambling on Ning Cheng's heart. She had already made thorough preparations. She took the token she stole from Lu Zheng's secret file and went to rescue him. Although she was trash, she was still the Shangguan family's daughter. No family would allow their own family members to be bullied outside. This was an extremely shameful matter. The Shangguan family's power and status in the southern part of Xiankong continent was not inferior to the wolf sect. Although they didn't surpass them, they were at least on equal footing. She didn't care what Ah Qing and Han Xiang had done before. Ba Tu's matter was caused by her, so she would clean it up herself and not implicate anyone. She just wanted to conveniently test how hard this man's heart was. Watching Ba Tu approach Shang-er step by step, Ning Qing couldn't bear to harden his heart. Perhaps, when he rescued her from Steward Ma's hands, he was destined to never be able to harden his heart again. This little demoness wasn't obedient at all. She was restless and never spoke of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. But she really wasn't bad at all. She had been in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce for so many years. He knew very well how many abducted children she had saved. She had set a rule among her subordinates that any child under the age of 13 must be saved no matter what. Even if they were sold, they must find a way to redeem them and send them home. It was easy to be a good person among good people. It was just a matter of whether one was willing or not. But how difficult was it to be a good person among a bunch of bad people? Ning Qing had personally experienced it. Just as Ning Qing was about to speak, Han Xiang suddenly opened her mouth. Her voice was cold and arrogant. Ba Tu, back down. No matter how unbearable Ba Tu's heart was, he immediately retreated obediently, not daring to make a sound. Han Xiang walked towards Shang-er, her arrogant gaze slowly sizing her up from head to toe. Sizing someone up like this was already very impolite. Han Xiang deliberately sized her up very slowly. She didn't need to say anything. Just her gaze was full of contempt. Although Shang-er was Lu Zheng's adopted daughter, she had never been looked at like this since she was young. She said unhappily, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before?" Han Xiang then retracted her gaze and chuckled. "You are indeed quite beautiful. No wonder you can take care of Lu Xiaoyao so well. You even seduced this lady's male dog." Ba Tu lowered his head respectfully, as if he didn't hear that he was being scolded. Shang hated this kind of person who scolded people in a strange way, especially women. This kind of woman was the most hypocritical and dark. She wasn't free and easy at all. Shang was magnanimous and said bluntly, "Miss Han, you haven't fed Ba Tu enough." Of course he would come out to steal food. "I really haven't fed him before." Hee, his appetite is quite big, isn't it?" As soon as she said this, Ba Tu's legs turned to jelly. Han Xiang suddenly raised her hand and slapped Shang-er. Her speed was so fast that Ning Qing couldn't block it. Chapter 1341. Ning Qing did not stop Han Xiang, but in the nick of time, Han Xiang's hand still stopped. To be more precise, her hand was stopped by a stone that was thrown from afar. Han Xiang retracted her hand and looked at it. She found that her wrist had been cut by a stone and was bleeding. "Who is it? Come out. If you have the ability, come out and fight me fair and square. What's the point of a sneak attack?" She immediately looked in the direction where the stone came from. The person who dared to sneak an attack on her had guts. Very quickly, a tall man flew down from the opposite roof. He was born with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, looking especially handsome. He was dressed in a white brocade robe that was simple but not plain. There were not too many luxurious decorations, but the noble aura that he exuded made it obvious that he had a great background. "Shengwanzhe." Han Xiang was very surprised. She never thought that the person who sneaked an attack on her would be the Shengwan clan's first young master, Shengwanzhe, who was ranked above her on the Xiankong newcomer roll. Han Xiang's first thought was, could it be that this guy also had his eyes on the upper Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce? Shengwanzhe walked over step by step, his aura strong. Although Han Xiang had the same aura of a strong person as him, he was a full head taller than Han Xiang. He stood in front of Han Xiang and did not need to size her up. He only needed to look at her coldly and it was enough to despise Han Xiang. He said, "First young Miss Han, you're thinking too much. This young master will not fight with someone who has lost to me, much less sneak an attack. This young master just forbids you." As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted to Shang-Er before continuing, I forbid you to touch the person this young master wants, not even a strand of hair. Shang-Er stared blankly at the man in front of her, her heartbeat unconsciously speeding up. Good girl. Why didn't she know that she had such a biological brother? This arrogant style was simply to her liking. He said this as if he only intended to help her and did not intend to acknowledge her. However, Shang-Er was already satisfied. She knew that she was saved and would not become Batu's plaything. The Wolf sect was the largest city in the south of Pingyang City. The Shangguan clan was also here. She had asked Hua Jin to take the token to ask for help. Originally, she did not expect that the Shangguan clan would recognize her so easily, especially in front of everyone. She just wanted to keep her life. She wanted to look back at Ah Qing, but she didn't. She lowered her head under Shangguanzai's gaze. She lost the bet. She had been waiting for Ah Qing to speak, but unfortunately, she couldn't. It turned out that it wasn't that Ah Qing couldn't bear to kill her, but that he disdained to kill her. She had always stubbornly believed that Ah Qing was taking care of Hanxiang to protect her. It turned out that she had thought too much. She was completely silent. Ning Qing remained silent. He didn't know anyone from the Shangguan clan, but he knew of their existence. He had also heard of this young master in front of him. The Shangguan family heads' martial arts were weaker than the Wolf sect heads, but Shangguanzai's martial arts were above Han Xiang's. There was only one rank difference between Han Xiang and Shangguanza on the new ranking list. It was said that Han Xiang had fought with Shangguanza and was defeated by Shangguanza. He's here to save Jin Er. He said that Jin Er was the person he wanted. Shang-Er, this little vixen, was really capable. He thought that it was already amazing that she could hook up with one of Han Xiang's generals, but he didn't expect that she could hook up with Shangguanza. What kind of woman was she? What had she done? Ning Qing looked at Shang-Er coldly, anger in his eyes. Han Xiang was also angry. She was already angry from being scolded by Shang-Er, but she didn't expect to be humiliated by Shangguanza. To her, the words loser were simply a nightmare. One had to know that ever since the new ranking competition, this nightmare had been following her. Your woman. When did young Master Zai's taste change? You're interested in such a fickle woman. Han Xiang sneered. Even the way Shangguanza sneered was incomparably noble. He smiled, I'm interested in anyone who's prettier than you. You. Han Xiang finally couldn't hold back her anger. Shangguanza raised his eyebrows and looked over, clearly asking her if she wanted to fight. No matter how unwilling Han Xiang was, she wouldn't impulsively start a fight with him. She knew that she would lose. Since she's your woman, you should take her away as soon as possible so that she won't be an eyesore, she said coldly. Shangguanza didn't have any interest in being entangled with her. He took Shang-Er's hand and turned to leave without saying anything. Ning Qing looked on coldly, but Shang-Er didn't turn back. Seeing Ning Cheng's reaction, Han Xiang couldn't help but ask angrily, what, has her soul been taken away? I was wondering where she got the guts to run out. She's hooked up with the Shangguan family's financier. Ning Qing recovered his wits and chuckled. That little slut's got some skills, huh? Is hooking up with men considered a capability in your eyes? Han Xiang asked disdainfully, forgetting how she had hooked up with Ning Qing in the carriage just now. Forget it. Otherwise, how could she have hooked up with Batu and managed Lu Xiaoyao so well? Ning Qing said seriously, eldest Miss Han, it's a big loss not to keep her in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. Why don't you think of a way to get her back? Han Xiang couldn't do it, but she wouldn't admit it. She still looked high and mighty as she said, her heart isn't here. It'll only cause more trouble if I get her back. Ah Ching, don't worry. As long as you partner with my wolf sect, the Shengguan family won't dare to make things difficult for the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce in the south. Since eldest Miss Han says so, then this one can rest assured. This one will get someone to sort out the accounts and send it to you in 2 days, Ning Qing said seriously. Han Xiang was finally a little happier. She smiled ambiguously at Ning Qing, saying, I'll wait for you to send it over personally. Okay. Ning Qing agreed readily. After sending Han Xiang off, Ning Cheng's whole face darkened. After he returned to his room, he immediately found a few confidants and told them to act according to the original plan. They had to use the fastest way to take away all the silver that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce had. When Ba Tu came to him for the money, he had already planned it out. He would try to delay as much as possible. He would take away all the silver that the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce could take away, and distribute the rest to his brothers. He wanted Han Xiang to get an empty shell of her colleagues from the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He also wanted Han Xiang to bear the crime of killing Lu Jing. He planned to spend 3 days to distribute all the money to his colleagues, who had disappeared without a trace. In any case, Ah Cheng's identity was fake. He had plenty of ways to hide his identity. If the power behind Lu Jing came to find him, Han Xiang, as the new owner of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce, would have no way to explain herself. Everything was under his control. That damned Shang He actually came out halfway. If Shang Guanzhe hadn't suddenly appeared, he would have had to save her and his plan would have been ruined. After explaining everything clearly, Ning Qing let out a breath of turbid air. Xiong Fei watched from the side and couldn't help but say, Boss Qing, Shang He is really capable. She can actually climb up to Master Zhe. You should be careful, lest Master Zhe comes back to find trouble with you. I can't afford to provoke him, but I can hide. Ning Qing said coldly. Xiong Fei said again, Boss Qing, this matter is a bit strange. Shang He has already climbed up to Master Zhe. Why is she still shamelessly pestering you? Could it be? Shang He really likes you. Ning Qing turned around and looked coldly at him. Xiong Fei's smile froze and he didn't dare to laugh again. Ning Qing said lightly, it's also good to have Shang Guanzhe. Ba Tu can't find trouble with her, and I can also have some peace. Ning Qing went to work like this. No one knew how busy he was. In short, the matter that would have taken 3 days to complete, he finished it in 2 days. 2 days later, in the morning, everything in Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce was as usual. Ning Cheng's confidants had already been sent away by him last night. He changed into a servant's clothes, pasted on a beard, took his travel expenses and left from the back door of Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. He was originally going to the north, but for some reason, he unknowingly walked to the back door of Shengguan Manor. He waited from night to the next day. Before dawn, a servant came out from the back door. Ning Qing looked for a while and saw a person dressed like a steward. He followed her all the way and stopped her at a place where there was no one. Steward, I want to ask you something. Keep this banknote well. Ning Qing said as he stuffed the banknote into the steward's hand. If it was a small amount of money, it really wouldn't be able to move this steward. But 1,000 taels of banknote directly moved the steward. She looked around and asked in a low voice, what is it? A few days ago, did young Master Zhe bring a woman back? Ning Qing asked in a low voice. Yes, he brought a woman back. But she has been locked in the room and no one knows where she came from. The old steward answered truthfully. Locked in the room for what? Ning Qing asked again. Seeing the steward hesitate, he took out another banknote. Such a large amount of money really scared the steward and she didn't dare to extort people. Master, this old one only knows this much. Does the head of Shangwan family know about this? Ning Qing asked again. The status of a large family was strict. No one would investigate how many women a noble young master kept outside. But if he wanted to bring in a woman, the head of the family must nod his head. Master is in closed-door cultivation. Master, this servant doesn't work in young Master Zay's house. This servant really can't help. The steward said seriously. Ning Qing had no choice but to move aside and let the steward go. He leaned against the wall and lowered his head to think. How did Jean hook up with Shangguanzhe? How could Shangguanzhe bring her back to the residence without Master Shangguan knowing? Either Shangguanzhe really took a fancy to Jean, or Shangguanzhe wanted something from Jean, Just as Ning Qing was immersed in his own thoughts, a sharp sword suddenly pierced in front of him. Ning Qing suddenly leaned back and the tip of the sword moved down to his neck. He looked over coldly and found that the person was the female assassin who had been following Jean. The sword was already at his vital point, but Ning Qing was still as calm as a mountain. He used a voice-changing technique and asked, Heroine, you and I have no enmity. If you want to kill me, at least give me a reason. Boss Qing, if you want to know about Jean, just ask me. I only accept 10 taels of silver. You don't have to give me banknotes. Hua Jean said lightly. Hua Jean was just wandering around out of boredom. She didn't expect to bump into a steward from the residence. She followed and heard Ning Qing ask the steward a few questions. She knew that this person was Ning Qing in disguise. Ning Qing didn't explain and generously took out 10 taels of silver and threw it to Hua Jean. He asked, why is Shangguanzhe helping Jean? What's their relationship? Hua Jean hid the snicker in her eyes and lied very seriously. Shangguanzhe used to be a frequent customer of Lu Xiaoyao. Jean, didn't want to implicate you and the Lubei Chamber of Commerce because of Batu's incident, so she agreed to be Shangguanzhe's slave for the rest of her life and serve him. Mo said, fix a bug in the setting. Previously, I wrote that Han Xiang was an adopted daughter as a secret. Now, my cultivation is public. Please understand and forgive me. After writing for a day, I sent it at 4 o'clock. Happy New Year. In 2017, we still want to be together. Chapter 1342. After hearing Hua Jin's explanation, Ning Qing didn't have much of a reaction. He said, oh, and turned to leave. Hua Jin looked suspicious. Could it be that this guy didn't care about Jean anymore? She quickly chased after him and asked, Boss Qing, you don't care about Jean anymore? She has the ability to clean up the mess she caused. What right do I have to control her? Ning Qing retorted. Hua Jin wanted to refute, but after thinking for a long time, she couldn't find a reason to. Ning Qing said again, if she has the ability to seduce Shangguanzhe, why didn't she stand up earlier? Does she really think that I'm willing to be entangled with Han Xiang? Hua Jin felt that something was wrong when she heard this. As she walked with Ning Qing, she pondered what was wrong. Unexpectedly, as they walked, Ning Qing suddenly stopped. Hua Jin almost bumped into him, but fortunately, she noticed in time. Hua Jin was shocked and immediately took a few steps back. Ning Qing looked back with disdain. This woman was an assassin, but wasn't her vigilance too low? Ning Qing didn't know that Hua Jin was extremely vigilant, but after meeting Jean, her vigilance was lowered. As long as it had nothing to do with Jean, her vigilance would be lowered. Ning Qing stood there for a while before Hua Jin realized that they had already taken a detour from the back door of the Shangguan residence to the main door. At this moment, Ning Qing was looking up at the plaque on the main door. Boss Qing, what do you want to do? Hua Jin asked curiously. Ning Qing didn't answer her. He strode up the steps and knocked hard on the door. After a while, a servant came to open the door. Hua Jin saw that the situation wasn't right and quickly slipped away. The servant saw that Ning Qing was dressed casually and asked angrily, "Who are you? Do you know where this is? Do you think you can knock on this door?" Ning Qing said, "Please tell young Master Zhe that Qing of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce wants to see him." "Your boss Qing of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce?" "Ha!" Before the servant could finish laughing, Ning Qing stuffed his mouth with the banknotes that he wanted to give to the nanny. "Go." The servant took it down and looked at it. He was very surprised. "Please wait a moment." When the servant found Sheng Guanzhe, he was in Guan Jiner's room. "Young Master Zhe, there is a man who claims to be the boss of the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce at the door," the servant said seriously. After a moment of silence, the door was suddenly kicked open. The person who rushed out was not Sheng Guanzhe, but Shang'er. He came. Did he say what he was going to do? Shang'er was very excited. Sheng Guanzhe followed her out and looked at his long-lost sister. There was nothing but doting in his eyes. One had to know that this younger sister of his looked too much like his deceased mother. Ever since his sister had gone missing, his parents had never given up on searching for her. Unfortunately, they had searched the entire mysterious continent for more than 10 years, but they had not found any clues. He never thought that she would take the initiative to come to him. If it weren't for the accessories she wore back then, and if it weren't for her face, he really wouldn't dare to believe that all of this was real. Although Shang'er was determined to be a good-for-nothing at birth, it didn't affect everyone's love for her. In this world that relied on force to survive, there was still affection for one's children and brothers. He couldn't imagine how his father would react when he saw Shang'er after coming out of seclusion. Before his father came out of seclusion, he could only temporarily hide this matter and let Shang'er stay here. After all, this was a family matter, and Shang'er's previous identity also affected the Shengguan family's reputation. Therefore, when he saved Shang'er from Han Xiang, he only said that Shang'er was someone he wanted and didn't explain anything else. When Shang'er was brought back by Sheng Guanzhe, her heart was filled with Qing, and she was so sad that she couldn't care about anything else. It wasn't until they arrived at the Shengguan residence that she started to feel afraid. Before she came to the mysterious continent, she already knew that this was a place where one relied on force and strength to speak louder. After coming here, she experienced it even more deeply. She couldn't imagine how a good-for-nothing would be mocked and ridiculed in a big family like the Shengguan family. However, everything was different from what she had imagined. After entering this courtyard, the seemingly arrogant Sheng Guanzhe actually hugged her tightly and almost cried. At that moment, she almost cried as well. If she had known that she was loved by her father and brother, she would have come back long ago. Shang'er anxiously asked the servant all kinds of questions, but the servant couldn't answer her. He just said that he wanted to see young Master Zhe. The servant answered truthfully. "I won't see him. Warn him that if he comes again, I'll break his legs," Sheng Guanzhe said coldly. Shang'er immediately glared at him. "You dare?" Sheng Guanzhe was dumbfounded. He really didn't know the relationship between Shang'er and Qing. He only knew that Qing seemed to have hooked up with Han Xiang, and the Liu Bei Merchant Guild would fall into the hands of the Wolf sect in the future. "Brother, let him in," Shang'er begged. "What's he doing here?" Sheng Guanzhe didn't understand. "I don't know either. In any case, he's here. Just let him in." Shang'er's heart pounded like a little deer running around in her heart. She didn't know what Hua Jin had done. One had to know that she had already given up all hope and thought that Qing really didn't care about her anymore. She didn't expect him to come back. Han Xiang isn't a kind person. You'd better stay away from the people she hooked up with. Sheng Wanzai's face was serious, but Shang'er was even more serious than him. Brother, I'm not a kind person either. Ah, Ching is worse than me. You can rest assured that the two of us will be together. Sheng Wanzai was speechless. He secretly thought that in the future, he would have to pay more attention to this sister and protect her. The Shengguan family had a strict family style and strict upbringing, especially for girls. With her personality, wouldn't she be caught red-handed every day? Call him in. Shang'er came over to tug at Sheng Wanzai's hand, so he could only agree. Not long after, Ningqing was brought to the courtyard by the servant. Sheng Wanzai sat by the stone table while Shang'er hid in the room, peeking through the cracks in the window. Shang'er was very nervous. That guy must have misunderstood what her brother said that day. She silently chanted in her heart, "Take me away, take me away, take me away." Sheng Wanzai was arrogant, and he indeed had the right to be. He sat motionless and raised his eyebrows at Ningqing. However, Ningqing wasn't humble either. He was upright and generous, his back ramrod straight. He stood in front of Sheng Wanzai, his aura not inferior. He said, "Young Master Zai, I'm here to discuss a business deal with you today. I wonder if you're interested." Shang'er's heart clenched when she heard this. Sheng Wanzai didn't invite Ningqing to sit, but stood up and asked, "What business deal?" "A business deal related to the wolf sect," Ningqing said. Sheng Wanzai's interest was piqued when he said this, but Shang'er's heart gradually sank. So it had nothing to do with her. Ningqing said, "Lubei Chamber of Commerce is already an empty shell. Han Xiang can only clean up the mess. If you don't mind, I can reorganize a Chamber of Commerce and pledge loyalty to the Shengguan family. I guarantee that after a year, no one from the wolf sect can even think about snatching away the items that the Shengguan family wants in the auction." Sheng Wanzai finally realized that Ningqing wasn't simple when he said this, and finally looked at him in the eye. The wolf sect was far richer than the Shengguan family, so over the years, the wolf sect had won many of the medicinal pills auctions that the Shengguan family liked. He and his father had been holding back for a long time. They really didn't expect that this guy would hit the Shengguan family's weak point the moment he opened his mouth. "Why should I believe you?" Sheng Wanzai asked. "Because I was the one who fought for the Lubei Chamber of Commerce in Xiankong, and because I have 2 keys to the treasury," Ningqing answered seriously. Sheng Wanzai laughed. "You can play with Han Xiang today, but you'll play with me in the future. If young Master Zai doesn't believe me, I can sign a slave contract," Ningqing said calmly. Inside the room, Shang'er was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Ah Qing would do this. She couldn't help but wonder if this guy was hiding some kind of conspiracy. How could Sheng Wanzai not think so? He sneered, "After saying so much, what do you want?" Ningqing looked straight at Sheng Wanzai and said indifferently, "Let Shang'er go." At this moment, the world stopped. At least, Shang'er's world really stopped. However, the silence didn't last long. She suddenly screamed, "Aw! Aw! Aw!" Accompanied by the scream was the sound of the door opening. She broke through the door and pounced on Ningqing. Her strength was especially strong. If Ningqing wasn't tall and sturdy, he might have been pushed to the ground by her. Just like when she kissed him forcefully, she pounced on him, wrapped her arms around his neck, and wrapped her legs around his body. She buried her head in his shoulder and screamed non-stop. Ningqing was dumbfounded. Sheng Wanzai was also dumbfounded, but the smart Sheng Wanzai quickly understood what was going on. He was helpless and amused. Just as he was about to speak, Shang'er stretched out her hand behind her back and waved at him vigorously to chase him away. What else could Sheng Wanzai do? He could only leave from the side. Are you done screaming? Come down. Ning Qing said coldly. Shang'er looked up at him, smiling but not saying a word. Ning Qing was about to pull her away, but she immediately hugged him tightly and wouldn't let go no matter what. Enough. Ning Qing was really angry. Come, before Shang'er could finish speaking, Ning Qing really threw her to the ground and asked, what's going on? Shang'er sprawled on the ground and said unhappily, help me up and I'll tell you. Ning Qing didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Shang'er didn't argue. She nimbly got up and hugged him from behind as soon as she caught up. Can you? Ning Qing wanted to pull her hand away, but she said, you like me. You didn't hesitate to sell yourself to save me. I was the one who caused this trouble, but you still came to clean it up for me. You like me, it must be. You're thinking too much. Ning Qing denied without hesitation. Then why did you come? Shang'er asked again. Between the Shangguan clan and the wolf sect, I prefer the former. Saving you was on the way. Ning Chang's excuse could be said to be handy. That's still because you like me. Otherwise, why didn't you mention other conditions? Shang'er asked with a chuckle. Ning Qing was silent for a while before saying, because I don't want to see you in the Shangguan clan. Shang'er smiled even more happily. She rushed out of the courtyard and shouted, Brother! Brother, come here. Come here quickly. This guy promised to sign a slave contract with you. A gentleman's words carry enormous weight. He can't go back on his word. Brother. Ning Qing slowly turned his head and glanced at Shang'er who was hugging him from behind. His face gradually paled. Chapter 1343. When Shangguanzhe walked back, Ning Qing knew that he had fallen into a huge trap. He said in a low voice, Shang'er, you lied to me. What did I lie to you about? Shang'er asked innocently. Your killer said that you were forced to be a slave. Yes, Ning Qing was not calm at this moment. So you came to save me? Shang'er asked with a chuckle. Ning Qing was at a loss for words and fell silent. Shang'er still couldn't bear to let go of him, as if she was afraid that this guy would run away if she let go. Shangguanzhe couldn't bear to see Shang'er throwing herself at him like this. However, he didn't know what Shang'er and this guy called Qing had in the past. Since this guy had sold himself to save Shang'er, at least he had a heart. He stood just inside the door and didn't go near. He said mildly, Qing, it's settled then. You can sign the slave contract with my sister. Ning Qing didn't answer. He was deep in the wolf's den, so it was useless for him to argue. He was especially silent. After Shangguanzhe left, he said to Shang'er in a low voice, Are you done? His voice was especially fierce. Shang'er was really scared. She let go of him resentfully and stood behind him, not knowing what to do. What's going on? Ning Qing asked. Shang'er sighed. Let's talk inside. After entering the house, Ning Qing smelled the strong smell of alcohol. Shang'er then remembered that she was making wine. She hurried to the table and heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that the wine at the bottom of the pot hadn't been completely burned. Thank goodness, thank goodness. This is a 300-year-old snow sculpture that my brother found for me. Ning Qing glanced at her but didn't say anything. He was addicted to alcohol, but it didn't affect him much. He didn't get drunk with his own wine, nor did he covet other people's cups. Shang'er poured a cup of wine attentively. Try it. It'll definitely suit your taste. Ning Qing didn't take it. He said coldly, What's going on? Are you going to tell me or not? Drink the wine first, then I'll tell you. Shang'er smiled slyly. Not to mention Ning Qing, who was familiar with her methods. Even those who were not familiar with her would guess that she had tampered with the wine. Speak. Ning Cheng's patience was running out. Are you afraid I'll put something in the wine? Jenner quipped. Yes. Ning Qing nodded without hesitation. Hey, who do you think I am? Shang'er was a little angry. Aren't you? Ning Qing asked again. As soon as she finished speaking, Shang splashed the wine in her hand onto Ning Cheng's face. She said very seriously, Ah Qing, let me tell you, you, Shengwan Shang, have indeed grown up among men. But I'm innocent, clean and pure. You can look at me however you want, but you can't treat me as that kind of woman. Ning Qing froze in place, allowing the wine to slowly flow down his cheeks. His long eyelashes were wet, blurring his vision. This scene, this moment, was so familiar, yet so distant. It had clearly happened a few years ago, but it was so distant that it seemed to have happened in his previous life. He even clearly remembered that the wine was cold a few years ago, but the wine today was warm. The angry face from a few years ago seemed to overlap with the angry little face in front of him. He blinked subconsciously to take a closer look, but the water droplets on his eyelashes fell as he blinked. He took a closer look at the face in front of him. It was clean and beautiful, and there was no anger, only a smile. Shang'er was smiling. Shang'er was originally full of anger, but seeing Ah Cheng's silly look, she couldn't help but laugh. She didn't expect that this fierce and cold man would actually be scared by her one day. She handed him a handkerchief. Sorry, I did it on purpose. Yes, she said, I did it on purpose. You. Ning Qing really didn't know what to do with this woman. He didn't take her handkerchief, but pulled up his sleeve to wipe the wine off his face. He didn't know if he was angry, blocked, or helpless in his heart, but he unconsciously let out a long sigh. Okay, you drank this cup of wine. I'll tell you what happened. Shang'er sat down and seriously told the truth. Ning Qing listened in disbelief. He hadn't recovered yet when Shang'er brought paper, ink, and brush to him. Write it. My brother agreed to let me go, so you can write the slave contract for me. Ning Qing snorted. If he signed it, it would definitely be the worst deal he had ever made in his life. He stood up. Since you're fine, I'm leaving. Let's never see each other again. Shang'er was anxious. She grabbed his right hand and stuffed the brush in. She warned, you promise yourself. If you don't write it, I promise you won't be able to leave the Shengwan family's door. Don't make a fuss. Ning Qing said indifferently. It's fine if you don't write it, but you have to live with me. Shang'er said again. I can't do it. Don't bother me anymore. Ning Qing said word by word seriously. You obviously care about me. Why won't you admit it? Shang'er was really anxious. The indifference in his eyes made her afraid. I just pity you. Ning Qing put down the brush and walked around Shang'er. Shang'er couldn't hold his right hand, so in a hurry, she grabbed his left hand and clasped his fingers. Ning Qing slightly stiffened. He didn't struggle like before when his right hand was held. Instead, he said sternly, let go. I'm not letting go. Shang'er stubbornly said. What do you want for you to let me go? Ning Qing had never been so sullen in his life, being controlled by a woman. Shang'er sniffled. She was obviously anxious to the point of tears, but she still looked willful. Say you like me. Say it, and I'll let you go. Ning Qing fell silent. Shang'er was overjoyed and hurriedly said, you can never say it, but you can stay forever. Ning Qing really had to hand it to this woman. Why do you have to do this? I like you. Shang'er answered calmly. As she answered, she unconsciously tightened her grip on his hand. At this moment, she suddenly realized that something was wrong with Ning Cheng's hand. She hurriedly let go and took his hand for a closer look. She exclaimed, "Your hand." At first, she thought that he was deliberately stiffening his hand because he was resisting. However, when she tightened her grip, she realized that something was wrong. The stiffness of his hand wasn't intentional. It was just like that from the beginning. "What's wrong with your hand?" Shang'er asked anxiously. "Did Han Xiang hurt you?" Ning Qing didn't say anything. This arm was destroyed for the cause of Western Qin's restoration. In the palm of his hand was something that belonged to a Western Qin princess. Now, there was no Western Qin, only Great Qin. There was no Western Qin princess, only Great Qin's empress. And this hand of his had become a habit. If Shang'er hadn't reminded him, he would have forgotten. What he remembered was done on purpose. What he got used to was forgotten. Ning Qing was immersed in his own world, but Shang'er was so anxious that she was about to go crazy. She pulled on Ning Qing and kept asking, "Tell me, did Han Xiang hurt you? Where are you in pain? Say something." She pulled on him and examined him from head to toe. "Can you say something? Where else are you hurt? I won't force you anymore. Can you say something?" Unable to get anything out of Ning Qing, Shang'er let go of him and strode out of the door. Bro. Help me kill Han Xiang. Shang'er." Ning Qing hurriedly called out to her. Shang'er turned around and Ning Cheng's heart clenched. Because he saw the usually cheerful, heartless, sharp-tongued Shang'er with tears streaming down her face. I'm fine. Han Xiang didn't hurt me." He didn't even realize that his voice had become much gentler. Shang'er hurried back and asked seriously, "Then what happened to your hand?" Ning Qing looked at her and became serious as well. He said, "Shang'er, not only am I blind, but my hand is also crippled. What do you like about me?" "I like that you beat me," Shang'er blurted out. Perhaps this wasn't the reason. She didn't know why she liked him either. Ning Qing smiled bitterly. "There are many people who can beat you. But I met you." Shang'er answered stubbornly. "You don't even know who I am and you dare to like me?" Ning Qing asked again. "I don't like you because of who you are," Shang'er answered. Ning Qing usually bickered with her. After so many years of bickering, he had never lost. But today, he was rendered speechless again. "Tell me who you are," Shang'er asked. Ning Qing didn't hesitate and revealed his identity. Shang'er exclaimed, "So you're Northern Li's great general. The master of the Ning family." Seeing her reaction, Ning Qing couldn't help but laugh. "It's not too late to know now." Shang'er slapped his hand. "Ning Qing, I admire you the most among the Great Qin's great generals. You haven't lost a single battle in Northern Li. How did you do it? Why did you leave after winning the fight? I've always hoped that you would become the king of Northern Li and attack Winter Crow to destroy Yuzheng." Ning Qing raised his brows at her. He hadn't expected her to pay attention to the war. "Did you injure your hand on the battlefield?" Shang'er asked seriously. "You could say so," Ning Qing replied indifferently. Shang'er pulled his hand over again. Ning Qing wanted to dodge, but she wouldn't let go. Shang'er couldn't understand. "How did you injure yourself? Why can't you move your hand?" A complicated look flitted across Ning Cheng's eyes. He said indifferently, "Let go and I'll tell you." Shang'er really did let go. Ning Qing took out a dagger and cut a small wound on his palm to extract a golden needle. Shang'er couldn't help but cover her mouth in fright. "This needle. Where did it come from?" "It belongs to my master," Ning Qing replied truthfully. The great Qin's empress, Han Yunxi. Shang'er was surprised. Why did you hide it in your palm? Even if your arm is crippled, you can't go through so much trouble, right? Is this needle very precious? This golden needle is. As Ningqing spoke, Shang'er took out a handkerchief to bandage his wound. She flicked his finger and then squeezed his palm. Before Ningqing could finish, Shang'er interrupted, after taking out the needle, my hand seems to be able to move. Yeah, I can move it, but I don't have the strength, Ningqing replied. Shang'er hurriedly took his hand and interlocked their fingers. It's okay if you don't have the strength. It's fine as long as you can hold my hand. She tightened her grip on his hand on her own accord before asking, what did you say this golden needle was from? Ningqing looked at his tightly clasped hand and didn't say anything for a long time. Shang'er was actually scared out of her wits. She was especially afraid that he would shake her hand off and leave. So, she was also silent. She didn't know what Ningqing was thinking, but he slowly lifted their interlocked hands and placed them on his lips. Then, he kissed the back of Shang'er's hand. He said, Shang'er, I'll stay. I only have one condition. Shang'er was elated. She stared at her hand that was being kissed and was probably drunk. She didn't even ask what the condition was and replied, I agree. Ningqing couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. He said, forget my identity. I'm just Qing. Shang'er agreed readily. I wasn't involved in your past, so of course I can forget. Chapter 1344. Qing, Qing, Qing. Shang'er looked at Ningqing and called out happily. Ningqing quickly let go of her hand. Ningqing hurriedly passed the pen and paper over and smiled at him. I'll stay. Ningqing emphasized seriously. Business people have business rules. Words are not proof. Words are proof. Shang'er was also serious. You don't trust me that much? Ningqing asked. Is this all you've got? Shang'er asked back. Ningqing really didn't want to argue with her. He took the pen and graciously wrote down a contract to sell himself to Shang'er as a slave. Before Shang'er could remind him, he went to the desk to find some ink and imprinted his handprint. Shang'er read every word and didn't hesitate to bite her finger and leave a blood imprint. All right, Qing. From today onwards, you belong to me, Shengwan Shang'er, in life and in death, you belong to me. I'll definitely treat you well. Shang'er said with a smile. Ningqing didn't respond. Shang'er took the blood-stained golden needle and carefully wiped it clean. Ningqing watched quietly. After Shang'er wiped it clean, he wanted to take it back, but Shang'er didn't let him. Take this as a token of your love for me. A complicated look flashed past Ningqing's eyes. He said lightly, give it back. I'll give you something else. I don't want it. Shang'er held the golden needle tightly, afraid that Ningqing would snatch it away. I heard that other than the shadow, the D clan's Ning family is the most loyal to the Western Qin royal family. This must be the most important thing to you, right? I want the most important thing to you. As Shang'er said this, she stuck the golden needle horizontally on her clothes near her heart. Ningqing didn't even dare to touch it. Ningqing didn't insist. You can do whatever you want. Shang'er said jokingly, just treat it as a family heirloom. If our child can't survive in Xiankong in the future, let him take this token to Han Yunxi. No matter what, he can still make a living. Ningqing gave Shang'er a disdainful look. However, he did not ask Shang'er for the golden needle in the end. He had steeled his heart to conceal his identity here. Perhaps decades, or even centuries later, this golden needle would allow future generations to find the roots of the D clan's Ning family. After putting away Ning Cheng's slave contract, Shang-Er immediately ran to tell Shang Guanze that Qing was her man and that they were just throwing tantrums before. If the Shengguan family wanted to acknowledge her as their daughter, they would have to acknowledge Qing as their son-in-law. Shang Guanze had always admired Qing, and when he heard his sister say, "my man," he could only nod. However, he said seriously, "Shang-Er, after father comes out of seclusion, your identity will be made public in the family first. Those uncles may not acknowledge Qing." He hesitated for a moment before saying directly, "The daughters of the Shangguan family have always married into a higher position." Shang-Er was so angry that she almost revealed Ning Cheng's identity. She thought about it and only replied, "Okay, then I'll wait for father to come out and tell him myself." How could Shang-Er wait for father to come out of seclusion? It was never her style to sit and wait for others to make a choice. After leaving Shang Guanze's room, she already had a plan in mind. Shang Guanze was arranging their residence. He wanted to let Shang-Er and Qing stay elsewhere before father came out of seclusion to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. After all, everyone in the family knew that he had brought a woman back. 2 days later, Shang Guanze personally sent Shang-Er and Qing out of the Shangguan residence secretly. He took a detour to avoid Han Xiang's people and sent them to a small courtyard house in the alley next to the Shangguan residence. Before Shang Guanze left, Shang-Er couldn't help but ask, "Brother, Han Xiang is going to kill us. What should we do?" It must be mentioned that on the second day after Ning Qing left the Lubei Chamber of Commerce, someone sent the account book to Han Xiang. At the same time, someone spread the news that Han Xiang had officially taken over the Lubei Chamber of Commerce. Han Xiang originally only wanted to cooperate with Ning Qing. After seeing the account book and receiving the news, she suddenly realized how much she had underestimated Qing. She also realized that she had been tricked. These days, she had been looking for Qing all over the world. Don't worry. She won't dare to do anything within the Shangguan family's sphere of influence. Before your identity is made public, don't go out and don't go to the south. The south is her territory. Shang Guanze said seriously. Shang-Er nodded seriously. If we can't afford to offend her, then we'll hide first. After sending Shang Guanze off, Shang-Er and Ning Qing began to live in seclusion in their own world. Even though he couldn't go out, Ning Qing didn't idle around. He studied the recipe for brewing wine and shut himself in the room all day. Shang-Er, who felt uncomfortable when she didn't go out for a day, was very calm. She stayed by Ning Cheng's side every day and urged Ning Qing to eat his 3 meals a day. The rest of the time, she was very quiet. This state lasted for 3 days. Ning Qing felt uncomfortable. He stopped cooking the rice and asked, "Don't you want to find something to do? Aren't I here to accompany you?" Shang-Er said with a smile. "Don't you want to find something else to do?" Ning Qing asked again. "I have plans." Shang-Er answered. "What are you going to do?" Ning Qing was curious. Shang-Er's ears turned red. "It's a secret." The light in the kitchen wasn't very good. Ning Qing didn't see the blush on Shang-Er's face. He just felt a little uneasy. He continued to ask, "Then why are you still standing here? Aren't you going to do it?" Shang-Er answered, "Wait a little longer. I am not ready yet." She had been preparing for this ever since her brother told her that the daughters of the Shangguan family would only marry into a high position. Ning Qing became more and more suspicious, but he didn't ask any more questions. He continued to roll up his sleeves and sit in front of the stove to stoke the fire. Shang-Er looked at his back. She couldn't help but wonder why she despised this guy for being blind back then. Even the way he cooked the rice was so beautiful. If she had known this would happen, she would have obediently listened to Lu Zheng and married him. Perhaps there wouldn't be so many troublesome things today. It was already late that night when Ningqing sealed the wine jars and hid them in the basement. After taking a bath, he drank wine in the room. He didn't know when he had developed the habit of slowly sipping a glass of wine before going to bed. He sat lazily on the warm couch, playing with the wine glass while thinking about things. Even though he was forced to stay, his days were still very leisurely and comfortable. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. The servants in the courtyard were only here for a few days. They definitely wouldn't knock at this late hour. Ningqing didn't need to ask to know that it was Shang'er. He didn't open the door. He only asked, "What's the matter?" "Something important." "Hurry and open the door," Shang'er said seriously. "What's so important that you have to say it now?" Ningqing asked again. "It's not about saying it now, it's about doing it now." "I'm ready." "It has to be done now," Shang'er answered. Ningqing recalled what she said in the kitchen this afternoon. He was curious but also felt that something was wrong. In the end, he still went to open the door. When the door opened, who knew? Shang'er was wearing a long pink dress that reached her chest, revealing her beautiful collarbone. She wore a thin blouse that faintly revealed her beautiful back. She even put on some light makeup. Compared to her usual gender-neutral attire, she looked prettier and gentler. Unfortunately, her smile broke her disguise. Because her smile was very sneaky. Ningqing's gaze fell on her chest. There was a big bow tied around her chest. Under the cute and playful skin was a seductive cleavage. She followed Ningqing's gaze and looked down at herself. Her smile became even more sneaky. After preparing for so long, this outfit really caught his eye. "Ah, Cheng, she was about to open her mouth when Ningqing immediately wanted to close the door. Ningqing was almost 30 years old. He wasn't a 16 or 17-year-old youth, and he wasn't a fool. This woman dressed like this and knocked on his door in the middle of the night. What could it be? Thinking back to the conversation in the kitchen this afternoon, he wanted to scold himself for being stupid. Shang'er immediately stopped him. She nimbly avoided Ningqing's hand and entered the room. She didn't say anything. She just smiled sneakily. She couldn't stop laughing. "Do you have any sense of shame?" Ningqing asked directly. "You're already mine. Anyway, when my father comes out of seclusion, you'll have to marry me," Shang'er muttered. "Are you married now?" Ningqing asked patiently. "Sooner or later," Shang'er said again. "Are you married now?" Ningqing asked again. Shang'er was silent for a while before she muttered, "Not yet." Ningqing stepped aside. He pointed at the door and ordered, "Go back to sleep." Shang'er lowered her head and walked over obediently. But when she reached Ningqing's side, she suddenly turned around and hugged Ningqing. Like a shameless female hooligan, she said to him, "Ah, Qing, let's have a child first." Ningqing didn't understand why he hadn't been angered to death by this woman until now. But even if he hadn't been angered to death, he was so angry that he didn't want to speak. He even had to re-examine this woman. He had to re-examine just how casual and shameless she was. Ningqing let Shang'er hug him. He didn't move or speak. Shang'er didn't notice the disgust in his eyes. Seeing that he didn't resist, she thought that he had acquiesced. She was amused. Determination flashed across her eyes as she decisively undid his belt. Just then, Ningqing said, "Shang'er, if you need a man so much, go out and find one. Don't disgust me, okay? Take it that I'm begging you." Shang'er's movements stopped abruptly. She needed a man. She needed a child, right? She had already planned it out. When her father went into seclusion for half a year, she and Ah Qing would be done. When she appeared in front of her father with a big belly, her father would have no choice but to let her marry Ah Ching. Moreover, for the sake of the family's reputation, they would have to help her hide the fact that she was pregnant before marriage. When the time came, they would definitely announce to the public that Ah Ching was the son-in-law of the Shangguan family and that she and Ah Ching were already married. This was the simplest and most direct way to protect Ah Ching. She didn't care about the opinions of the elders and didn't care whether they were really married or not. Ah Cheng's indenture contract was in her hands. She was his, and everything else was just a formality. Seeing Ning Cheng's angry look and hearing his insults, it would be a lie to say that Shang'er wasn't angry. Ever since she was young, she had been stubborn and bad-tempered. The more she was misunderstood, the more she didn't want to explain and the more she wanted to do bad things. Ah Cheng! She yelled. Ning Cheng looked at her coldly. She immediately tore off the bow on her chest. The whole dress was instantly unbuttoned. The spring scenery was completely exposed. Chapter 1345. Ning Cheng saw it, he saw it all. He subconsciously looked away, and Shang'er rushed over to hug him. He turned his head away and did not move. This was all Shang'er dared to do. She just hugged him tightly, that was all. Time passed, but Ning Cheng did not move at all. Just like that, an hour passed. Shang'er was so cold that she was shivering. However, Ning Cheng still did not move. He did not push her away, nor did he hug her. Shang'er thought that he wanted her to let go and leave by herself. Finally, she, who was thick-skinned and big-hearted, felt humiliated. Her face and eyes were red. For the first time, she realized that she was not charming at all. She was already like this, but this guy could still stay calm. Did he really not like her at all? Did he stay because he was forced to? Was it really wishful thinking on her part? Shang'er slowly let go of Ning Cheng's warm embrace. She lowered her head, quietly pulled up her dress and tied the bow. Sorry to disturb you. She did not dare to look at him. Silently, she turned around and walked out of the door. Her petite figure looked disappointed as if she was spurned and chased away by the whole world. But as soon as she stepped out of the door, Ning Cheng chased after her and circled his arms around her waist. Then he picked her up in a princess carry. Shang'er was stunned. She saw Ning Cheng's cold face and serious smile. He carried her all the way to the inner room and threw her onto the bed without any pity. Then, he got down and trapped her under his body. Looking at his gloomy eyes, Shang'er's heart thumped wildly. Subconsciously, she reached out to cover her chest, as if she was afraid that her heart would jump out. However, just as she covered her chest, Ning Cheng pulled her hand down and untied the bow on her chest. Ah! Ah Cheng, Shang'er was scared. The first thought in her mind was that it was all nonsense. Why was it so different when she was doing it? She only felt that every part of her body was trembling. Seeing him looking down at her chest, she unconsciously held her breath and felt that her heart was about to stop. Ah Cheng, you. She felt like she had to say something, ask something, but she didn't know what to say. Ning Cheng opened his mouth and said, Shangguan Shui, you're disturbing me. As soon as he finished speaking, a resolute look flashed through his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he buried his head down. He was wanton, indulgent, and even ruthless, as if he was taking revenge and punishing her. Shang'er's body stiffened at first, but after a while, she screamed in disbelief. Ning Cheng was just kissing her, but she couldn't bear it anymore. God knows how excited she was. She couldn't stop shouting. Ning Cheng had to reach out and cover her mouth. When her clothes were completely removed, she actually began to tremble. She trembled so much that Ning Qing had no choice but to stop and look at her. Seeing Ning Chang's suspicious eyes, she hurriedly turned her head, not daring to meet his eyes. Her entire face was so red that it was almost burning. Ning Chang was like a cheetah lying on top of his prey, looking down and scrutinizing. At this moment, he realized that his prey was just a person who looked strong on the outside but was weak on the inside. She was so timid. He couldn't help but ask, "Shangwan Shui, where did you get the guts to provoke me?" Shang tilted her head, her eyes secretly turning to look at him. There was embarrassment, resentment, unwillingness, timidity, and even a little provocation. She was simply a tormenting little demon. Ning Qing couldn't help but laugh. This time, he didn't just bury his head down, he did it so close to her body. Did possession mean acceptance and acknowledgement? When Shang screamed again, Ning Qing might have an answer in his heart. "Ning Qing, you bastard! You bastard, you let go!" Shang was about to faint from the pain. Ning Qing bent down and whispered in her ear, "Shangwan Shui, it's not easy to be my woman. You asked for it. Don't regret it." His voice was cold and his actions ruthless. But the strange thing was that as he became ruthless, Shang didn't feel more pain. Instead, she gradually became happy and satisfied. When Shang finally caught her breath, she smiled charmingly as he pleasured her again and again. She said, "Ah Qing, you're finally my man." When it was over, Shang still didn't let Ning Qing go. She didn't let him go and insisted on lying on top of him. Ning Qing lay on his back with his hands behind his head. He seemed to be lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. "Ah Qing, I'm so shameless." "Why are you being shameless with me?" Shang asked lazily. Ning Qing didn't answer her. She held his face in her hands and asked, "Are you listening?" "No one will think you're a mute if you don't talk," Ning Qing said coldly. "Will it kill you to be gentler with me?" Shang asked back. "Yes," Ning Qing answered with certainty. Shang was furious. She lowered her head and bit his chest. Ning Qing wanted to push her away, but she immediately struggled and rubbed against him. Ning Qing didn't realize that he was getting impatient with this woman. He said, "Try moving again." Shang really didn't move, but Ning Qing moved. With a flip, he threw Shang onto the bed. Shang was so happy that she giggled. She hugged his neck and went up to him. She said, "Ah Qing, it's okay if you're not gentle." Ning Qing still wasn't gentle, but Shang didn't mind. She shouted wantonly, scolded him, and bit him. Even though the two of them were on the bed, they couldn't talk properly or be gentle with each other. But wasn't it fine as long as they were together? After that night, everything went on as usual. Ning Qing was still busy brewing his wine and didn't pay much attention to Shang. Shang was still accompanying him and secretly thinking about opening a winery. At night, Shang wanted to sleep in Ning Chang's arms no matter what. At first, she was thrown off the bed by Ning Qing 3 times, but after 3 times, Ning Qing let her be. Before sleeping, she was especially restless. She would touch here and there, as if she couldn't sleep if she didn't disturb Ning Qing. Sometimes, Ning Qing couldn't stand her harassment and would directly do her. Sometimes, Ning Qing would let her disturb him and ignore her. But when he woke up in the middle of the night and pulled her into his arms, he couldn't help but bully her and directly make her wake up. Just like that, the two of them quarreled in the courtyard and continued to be lovey-dovey. Shang was already 3 months pregnant when the Shangwan family head came out of seclusion. When she pulled Ning Qing to her father and introduced him, "This is my husband. We got married a few years ago." Only then did Ning Qing understand her shameless intentions. He didn't say anything, but held her tightly. Although his left hand didn't have much strength, it was still able to hold a woman's hand. There were many rumors about Shang, and Qing in the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. The Shengwan family head investigated it, and so did Shang's uncles. Unfortunately, no one could find any clear information. Seeing their daughter's belly was beginning to show, the Shengwan family could only recognize their daughter and this son-in-law. When Han Xiang heard that the Shengwan family publicly recognized their daughter as their son-in-law, she was so angry that she almost killed her subordinates. In terms of family power, the Shengwan family and the wolf sect were on par. Even if she was angry, she didn't dare to do anything to Shengwan Shang, and Ning Qing. In terms of personal strength, she was inferior to Shengwan Zhe, the Shengwan family head, and the other elders of the Shengwan family. She could only endure. "Mistress, how about we wait for the sect head to come back and have him help us vent our anger?" Ba Tu suggested in a low voice. It would have been better if they hadn't brought it up, because Han Xiang only felt wronged at the mention of it. Her father's martial arts skills were far superior to the Shengwan family heads. If he wanted, he could help her vent her anger. However, her father's temper was cold and emotionless. She knew him best. If her father found out about this, he'd let it pass without helping her or caring about her. A few years ago, her father would still come back to the wolf sect, but he'd spent most of his time in Cloud Realm continent. She only knew that he was going into closed-door cultivation, but had no idea where. What she worried most was that her father wasn't going into closed-door cultivation, but teaching Han Yunxi martial arts. After all, the 10-year agreement was drawing near. Han Yunxi was her father's own daughter, so she'd never believe that her father wasn't biased. The 10-year agreement was enough to make Han Xiang forget about her grudges with the Liu Bei Chamber of Commerce. She told Ba Tu, "Let them go for now. Afterwards, we'll take care of Shengwan Zhe as well." "Yes, yes. Mistress definitely can't let them go." Ba Tu's eyes flashed with vulgarity. He'd always been thinking about Jean. "I'll leave matters of the sect to you guys. I'm going to the west," Han Xiang said seriously. She thought it over for a long time before deciding to seek outside help. She didn't want to lose, nor could she afford to. Her father acknowledging his own daughter was the same as abandoning her. She had to find someone to back her up. Furthermore, this person had to not only be able to guarantee her victory, but also be able to fend off her father for her. "Mistress, are you going to the He clan?" Ba Tu asked carefully. Han Xiang immediately glared at him, causing Ba Tu to muffle his mouth and lower his head, afraid to speak again. "You're the only one who knows about this. If word gets out," before Han Xiang could finish, Ba Tu fell to his knees. "Mistress, don't worry. This subordinate definitely won't tell anyone. Even if I had 100 guts, I wouldn't dare." Han Xiang kicked him viciously before venting her anger. She flicked her sleeves and left for the north that very day. The largest clan in the west of the mysterious continent was probably the He clan. Their clan head strength was on par with her father's, and he'd only lost to the sect leader by a single move in the last ranking competition. Rumors had it that he'd been ill that day, so he hadn't been able to display his best skills. Even now, the two of them hadn't exchanged blows, so it was impossible to tell who came out on top. Over the past few years, she'd gradually gained control of the wolf sect. The He clan head had secretly sent people twice to rope her in and convince her father to join forces to take over the IC. She'd never told her father about this, but kept it hidden in her heart. There was nothing to covet from the IC, so anyone who wanted to take over it had to have designs on Cloud Realm continent. Because of this, Han Xiang didn't tell her father or even the rest of the sect. After all, the mistress of Cloud Realm Continent was her older sister who'd come to fight for the throne. Han Xiang left for 3 whole months before returning to the wolf sect. Even Batu had no idea what she'd done, but she didn't cause trouble for Ningqing and Shang again. She went into closed-door cultivation as soon as she returned. The next year, Shang gave birth to a chubby little boy for Ningqing. The boy had decent martial arts talents and was well liked by the Shangguan clan head. His uncle, Shangguanzhe, was even more fond of him. Both her grandfather and uncle fought over a name, but Shang refused. She insisted that Ningqing pick the name himself. Ningqing picked the character for Yuan. Shang asked him what it meant, but Ningqing refused to tell her. Ningqing and Xiong Fei grew closer and closer until he finally trusted him. He had Xiong Fei make a personal trip and deliver an anonymous letter to Jin Zi. The letter only mentioned Jin Zi's origins, but didn't reveal his own whereabouts. Under the Shangguan clan's protection, he and Shang started off with a winery, and they established the mysterious Sky Chamber of Commerce together. Needless to say, the two of them couldn't get along in other aspects, but they were very compatible in business, and they gradually expanded their business. Chapter 1346. There was only half a year left until the 10-year agreement between Han Chen and Han Yunxi. Back then, Han Chen and Han Yunxi had agreed to return to the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds in 10 years. Han Yunxi would return to the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds and be recognized as the sect's master. At the same time, she would duel with Han Xiang. The winner could choose to stay or leave. To be more specific, if Han Yunxi lost, she would stay in the barrier for the rest of her life and learn to guard the mausoleum. If Han Xiang lost, she would become the mausoleum's guardian. Although Han Chen hadn't explicitly mentioned the position of sect head, it was obvious that the loser would have to stay in the mausoleum for the rest of her life. Naturally, she wouldn't have any real power in the wolf sect. Even if she was given the title of sect head, she wouldn't have any real power. In preparation for the duel, Han Yunxi had focused on martial arts after giving birth to Princess Yan. It was impossible for Han Chen to not be biased. His daughter was his own flesh and blood, and he had high hopes for Long Fei Yi as his son-in-law. Over the years, Han Chen hadn't formally taught Han Yunxi anything, but he would give Han Yunxi plenty of pointers during their annual spring gathering at the tea house. Han Yunxi activated all of the phoenix energy in her body and began to cultivate her true qi according to the Mysterious Continent's martial system. In the Mysterious Continent's martial system, strength and qi complemented each other and could be cultivated at the same time. There were 9 ranks for both strength and qi, and there were also 3 ranks for each of them, low, mid, and high. Only when one's strength and qi reached the same level could one be considered to have cultivated a rank. Han Yunxi's phoenix energy had reached the 7th rank, a very high rank. She could be considered a top expert on the Mysterious Continent. However, her true qi had only just reached the early 5th rank. As a result, she could only be considered an early 5th rank expert. Although it was the same level as Han Xiang's, Han Yunxi was much better in terms of strength, because Han Xiang's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the true martial realm. Although there was only a difference of 1 rank between the 6th rank and the 7th rank, the difference in strength was unimaginable. Many people couldn't even reach 1 rank in their entire life. As for Long Fei Yi, after Long Fei Yi truly grasped the lustbite power, he reached grade 9. Over the past few years, Long Fei Yi had been busy with government affairs while accompanying Han Yunxi in her cultivation. Now, his true energy had reached the high 5th rank. On the Mysterious Continent, this grade could easily suppress all the experts on the new ranking list. In a few more years, if he were to participate in the expert ranking tournament, he would definitely be able to obtain a ranking. There was still half a year's time. Han Yunshi had already entered a state of seclusion. Long Fei Yi had been guarding the imperial capital all this time and had no intention of leaving. It was already early summer, time for Rui to enter the poison sect's forbidden grounds and cultivate in seclusion. Ever since Rui was 3 years old, he had been cultivating in the poison sect's forbidden grounds every summer. This was already his 7th year. At first, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi would personally escort him to Long Fei Yi, but after 2 years, Long Fei Yi stopped. It was fine if he didn't do it himself, but he didn't let Han Yunshi do it either. He only let Su Donglin do it. Since last year, Rui had stopped letting Su Donglin do it. He traveled alone from the capital to the poison sect's forbidden grounds, not even bringing a servant with him. All he brought was some silver, and his journey was very smooth. Rui was 10 years old this year, so no one would send him off. At 10 years old, Rui already had the bearing of an elegant youth. He was full of vigor and exuded an extraordinary air of nobility. Just standing in a crowd was enough to make everyone around him pale in comparison. Of course, the heroic air between his brows and the deep look in his eyes also increasingly resembled his father's. At such a young age, he didn't show his emotions on his face, making him hard to read. No one dared to tease or deceive him. He stood in the imperial study and bowed respectfully. This sun is about to set off. Imperial father, please don't worry. Long Fei was halfway through reviewing memorials when he arched a brow at his son. He murmured. Rui straightened and stole a glance at his father. He seemed a little disappointed, but still turned to leave. After packing his things, he headed for the western palace gates. But as soon as he reached the gates, he saw the tall figure he was most familiar with standing by the gates, waiting for him. In the end, he was still a 10-year-old child. He immediately ran over. Imperial father. Long Fei Yi turned around, but before he could open his arms, Rui pounced on him and hugged him. He smiled helplessly. He really hadn't planned to send him off at the gates, but for some reason, he'd ended up here. Fortunately, Han Yunshi was in closed-door cultivation, or she'd definitely mock him for being soft-hearted. Father and son were both men of few words. After hugging for a long time, Rui let go of his father. He was no longer as respectful and courteous as he'd been in the imperial study, but more like an ordinary child saying goodbye to his parents. Father, I'm leaving. I'll miss you, Imperial Mother, and Yen. Long Fei Yi rubbed his head dotingly. Under this doting, Rui's mature and steady expression disappeared. He looked up and smiled at his father, his eyes turning into crescents. He said, Daddy, I know you'll miss me too. Long Fei Yi smiled wordlessly. He took his son's hand and led him out of the palace gates. Rui didn't say anything and quietly followed him. The two figures, one large and one small, slowly walked away under the towering palace gates. It was like they were walking along an endless road. Seeing his father walk so slowly, Rui slowed down as well. Ever since Imperial Father and Imperial Mother stopped personally escorting him to the poison sect's forbidden grounds, they would hold his hand every year and walk him from the palace gates to the city gates. They didn't speak the entire way, but their large hands clasped tightly around each other's. Father and son spent an entire hour before they reached the inner city gates. Many of the nobles in the city stepped aside to let them pass. They didn't know where the crown prince was going, so they assumed he was going out to train. At the city gates, Long Fei Yi decisively let go. Be careful on the way, he said seriously. Rui nodded. He was about to leave when his father added, Take good care of your little sister. Rui's heart skipped a beat. Yen and Little Shadow had been harassing him recently, asking him to take them out of the palace and to Medical City to broaden their horizons. Of course he refused. But he knew that Yen-Er and Little Shadow were determined to follow him secretly. He thought that Little Shadow was smarter than Yen-Er and wouldn't leave on the same day as him. Who knew that even Little Shadow would cause him so much trouble? They could choose to leave tomorrow, or they could have left yesterday. At the very least, Imperial Father wouldn't blame him if he found out about it. Rue-Er never dared to lie in front of his father. He said, "Imperial Father, little sister said that she and Little Shadow were bored to death after Imperial Mother went into seclusion. She said that if we don't let her out of the palace, she'll get sick." Long Fei Ye's lips curved into a faint smile, but he still said seriously, "You'll be in charge of watching her along the way. If anything happens, I'll hold you responsible. Once we reach Medical City, you don't have to worry about her anymore." Rue-Er's world darkened. He hurried over and pulled his father down, whispering, "Imperial Father, why don't you let Little Shadow take Yen-Er to the south? There are so many fun places in Jiangnan." If his father knew that Yen-Er was going to travel with him, how many guards would he secretly send to follow them? How many people would he send to guard Medical City? Not just guards, but palace maids, eunuchs, and old nannies. It would be strange if he wasn't annoyed to death along the way. Moreover, he couldn't do anything secretive even if he wanted to. Hearing Rue-Er's suggestion, Long Fei Yi was amused. "Why don't you tell her yourself?" If Long Fei Yi could persuade his daughter, he would have persuaded her not to leave the palace and stay with him. His daughter had grown up. She was no longer the 2 or 3 years old child, but almost 7 years old. Moreover, it was already difficult to coax his daughter when she was 2 or 3 years old, let alone now. Long Fei Yi never had the heart to leave the court and go to the ends of the world. However, every time his daughter wanted to leave the palace, he couldn't wait to leave the court and bring Han Yunshi to accompany his daughter. He could teach his daughter many things along the way so that she wouldn't be deceived when she grew up. Even Long Fei Yi, who was on the throne, had such a parental heart. Rue-Er was especially helpless when it came to persuading his little sister. He felt that his father was a kindred spirit. He said, "Forget it. I'll keep a close eye on her." With Rue-Er's words, Long Fei Yi was finally at ease. After all, no matter how many guards he sent, they wouldn't dare to stop Yen-Er. Yen would only be afraid when Rue-Er was angry. As for that child Gu Beiyue, he didn't have any hopes. That child was the same as Gu Beiyue. He didn't have any temper in front of his family. After sending Rue-Er off, Long Fei Yi turned and returned to the palace. Along the way, he pondered about Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue had left for 2.5 years. Gu Beiyue could hide it from Han Yunshi, but he couldn't hide it from him. In these 2.5 years, Gu Beiyue didn't personally visit the Great Qin's medical centers. Instead, his whereabouts were unknown. The letters that were sent to the medical division were not personally delivered by him, but by his trusted subordinates in the various medical centers in the various cities. If such a thing happened to anyone else, it would be deceiving the emperor. If it happened to Gu Beiyue, Long Fei Yi could only worry. He knew Gu Beiyue too well. Gu Beiyue must have his reasons for doing so. The Great Qin was his, but he really couldn't find him in his own territory. As soon as Rue-Er reached the outer city gates, Yen-Er and Little Shadow appeared. Rue-Er was dressed like a martial artist, while the 7-year-old Yen-Er was dressed like a boy. She looked delicate and young, like a young master from a rich family. As for Little Shadow, who was almost 11 years old, he was dressed the simplest, like a little attendant. Little Shadow drove the carriage to Rue-Er's side and smiled warmly. "Your Highness, please get in." Rui looked back and saw the luggage piled high on top of the carriage, with several more bags hanging to the left and right. Coldly, Rui asked, Xianyuan Yen, are you moving? Yen immediately lifted the curtain and chuckled. Brother, come up. Let's discuss something. Rui was on guard. Not interested. Have fun. I'm leaving. Whatever she wanted to discuss couldn't be good. Rui whipped the horse and hurriedly fled. Unfortunately, Little Shadow caught up with Yen before long. Instead of blocking the horse, he put Yen on the horse's back. Yen hugged her brother and chuckled. Brother, don't cultivate anymore. Come with us to find Shadow's father. Rui was shocked. Grand Tutor. Chapter 1347. Rui was surprised that Yen and Little Shadow weren't here to pester him, but to find the Grand Tutor. Yen leaned on her brother's back and glanced sideways at him. Come with us. Rui immediately stopped his horse and asked seriously, Are you serious? When have I ever lied to you? Hee, are you coming or not? Yen giggled, her eyes turning into crescents and dimples appearing on her cheeks. She looked so harmless that it was easy to overlook her mischievous and scheming nature. Rui also returned a bright and happy smile. That's great. Yen was delighted by his reaction and immediately winked at Little Shadow. But Rui smiled and said, That's great, you two can go by yourselves. Yen's expression froze. Rui carried her on his back and placed her in front of Little Shadow. He patted Little Shadow's head and said seriously, Here, I'll leave my sister to you. Have a safe trip. He was clearly about the same age as the Little Shadow, and he was about the same height as the Little Shadow. He was not taller than the Little Shadow, but he acted like an elder brother as he stroked the Little Shadow's head and spoke in a serious tone. Most importantly, the Little Shadow actually smiled and nodded subconsciously. Smack! Yen immediately stood on her tiptoes and slapped Little Shadow's head. It looked heavy, but it was actually light. Why are you nodding? Little Shadow finally came back to his senses and scratched his head. He didn't say anything and just took a step back. As expected, Yen and Rui didn't say much to him and the siblings started talking. Brother, are you sure you don't want to go? You'll regret it if you don't. I'll give you one more chance. Are you coming or not? Yen smiled slyly. No. Rui was firm. He had already planned to find an excuse not to return to the palace and go straight to the south to find a doctor after he returned from training. Before leaving the palace, he had already found out about the Grand Tutor's whereabouts from the medical department. The Grand Tutor would be staying in the south this summer. He didn't want to mess around with Yen. If he traveled with her, he would be deafened by her noise in less than 3 days. Okay. Yen put her hands on her hips and said in a grown-up tone, It's fine if you don't want to go. Little Shadow and I will go by ourselves. Rui leaped onto the horse, intending to watch them leave before leaving. But who would have thought that after they got on the carriage, they would stop behind him without moving? Yen was sitting in the car, holding a piece of pastry with both hands and nibbling on it. Lil Thing appeared out of nowhere and sat on Yen's shoulder, also holding a piece of pastry and nibbling on it with relish. Little Shadow sat outside and pulled the reins. The three of them looked at Rui, who felt a little scared. According to his past experience, this was definitely not a good sign. Yen must have dug a hole for him again. You guys, still aren't leaving? He asked tentatively. Your Highness, you should leave first, the Little Shadow said. Suspicion flashed across Rue's eyes. Of the 36 stratagems, leaving was the best stratagem. Thus, he waved and left. The horse galloped at full speed. After running for a while, he turned back to look. Seeing that Yen, and the rest had not followed him, he was still worried. He kept feeling that something was wrong. However, he didn't stop and continued on his way. His father was afraid that Yen would be tricked, but he wasn't. It was fine as long as Yen didn't trick others. With Little Shadow and the Shadow Guard around, he was at ease. Just like that, Rue traveled all day and tied the horse to a big tree to rest at night. Just as he was about to take out some dry rations, he smelled the aroma of roasted meat. Someone's nearby. Rue followed the smell of barbecued meat and saw Yen and Little Shadow sitting in the bushes, eating barbecued meat. Yen was craving the food. Little Shadow broke off a drumstick and gave it to her while reminding her that it was hot. Yummy! Yen took a bite and gave it to Little Shadow. Brother Shadow, it's really good. Try it. Princess, eat it. There's still a lot. Little Shadow smiled. He was like a gentle little brother in front of Rue but a gentle big brother next door in front of Yen He broke off another drumstick and handed it to Rue shouting, "Your Highness, you must be hungry. Come." Rue pursed his lips and strode over. He knew these two wouldn't let him off so easily. He didn't say anything and just sat down cross-legged, taking a big bite of the drumstick. He took a bite and was shocked. "Little Shadow, when did you learn how to roast meat?" "I learned from Uncle." Little Shadow replied. Uncle was referring to Jin Zi. Rue and Yen called him Uncle, so Little Shadow followed suit. Every year, Jin Zi and Mu Ling would take some time to stay in the capital for a few days. Jin Zi had to report on the situation in Northern Li, while Mu Ling came to play with her sister and the children. Yen muttered, "I haven't seen Lil Ling in a long time. You'll see her this winter." Little Shadow smiled. Jin Zi and Mu Ling's daughter was called Jin Ling. Thus, Mu Ling was called Big Ling and Jin Ling was called Lil Ling Lil Ling was the youngest in the group at just over 5 years old. She could be said to be everyone's joy. She was as muddle-headed as her mother, but she inherited her father's shrewdness and became a muddle-headed little money grubber. She was always muddle-headed when it came to other things, but when it came to money, she immediately became shrewd and stingy. She didn't know if it was because her father was called Jin Zi, but she had a soft spot for gold ingots. As long as she got her hands on gold, no one could cheat her of it except her father. Once, Mu Ling brought her to the palace to play. Han Yunqi jokingly asked, "You're called Lil Ling Let your parents give birth to a little Jin Zi, okay?" Lil Ling was only 3 years old at that time. She nodded seriously. Okay. Thus, when she returned, she immediately asked her father if she wanted to give birth to a little Jin Zi. Jin Zi, who didn't know the situation, threw a small gold ingot to her. After that, whenever she wanted money, she would say, "Daddy, Daddy, give birth to a little Jin Zi for me." When this reached Han Yunqi's ears, Han Yunqi almost fainted from laughter. Yen loved Lil Ling dearly, doting on and protecting her as if she was her own sister. Tang Hongdo, the head of the Tang clan, was now 12 years old. She was just as greedy as Lil Ling but she also doted on Lil Ling Knowing that she liked gold, she would secretly give her several gold ingots every time they met. Yen's mind wandered at the mention of Lil Ling When Rue was full, he glanced at the tent that Lil Shadow had set up and asked seriously, "Lil Shadow, aren't you going to find your father?" Lil Shadow nodded even more seriously than Rue. I'm being serious with you. Rue was angry. Lil Shadow was still serious. Your Highness, the princess, and I are indeed going to find my father. Rue's face darkened, but Yen laughed. That's right, we're going to find the Grand Tutor. Rue ignored them and walked to the tent to sit down. Lil Shadow wanted to explain, but Yen stopped him with a look. Lil Shadow didn't say anything, but a sneaky smile appeared on his lips. Even his sneaky look was so gentle. Yen hurried over and called the doctor sweetly, brother. Rue glanced at her but didn't say anything. Yen sat down beside him and hugged his arm, leaning on his shoulder. Brother, can I tell you a secret? Rue didn't say anything. Okay. Yen said with a sneaky smile. Rue looked at her from the corner of his eyes. No, don't tell me. Hold it in. Yen immediately let go and stared at him with wide eyes. Rue was amused and slowly smiled at her innocently. Hold it in. Don't tell me. Yen really didn't say anything. She covered her mouth with both hands and sat aside. Who knew if she was drawing circles or doing something else? This girl could still hold it in and didn't mention it again. Just like that, Rue handed over the shadow guard in the dark and instructed him to keep watch. Then, he nestled in the tent with Lil Shadow and Yen to sleep. Rue slept in the middle with Lil Shadow on his right and Yen on his left. At first, Yen slept with her back facing her brother and didn't move at all. No one knew if she had fallen asleep. In the middle of the night, she finally turned around slowly and went over to Rue, pushing him. Brother. Brother, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, okay? Brother, wake up. I'll tell you the good news. I surrender. Wake up. I want to tell you, she had been holding it in and thought she could do it. But after holding it in for an entire night, she still couldn't hold it in. She felt uncomfortable all over if she didn't say it out loud. Brother, wake up. She pulled hard. Rue was still in a daze. Don't be noisy. Sleep. I have to say it. Wake up. Yen continued to pull. Rue was so sleepy that he had long forgotten about it. He pushed her away. Don't be noisy. Sleep. Yen continued to push and pull. Brother, I'll tell you. I have to tell you. The same sentence was repeated over and over again. Finally, Rue couldn't take it anymore and sat up. Xianyuan Yen, do you think I won't kick you out? So noisy. Yen said, if you want to kick me, you have to hear the good news first. I want to tell you the good news. Let me say it. Rue's head drooped. You win. Say it. Yen said, brother, the Grand Tutor isn't in the south. He's on Boundless Mountain near Medical City. Aunt Min wrote a letter to Little Shadow and told him to go find them. Yen sighed in relief and murmured, I'm finally at ease. Rue sobered up and turned to look at Little Shadow. Shadow, is this true? Shadow wasn't asleep. He hadn't been woken up by the noise, but he hadn't slept at all. He was still missing his father and mother. He turned around and gave her a warm smile. I'm going to find my father and mother. What are they doing on Boundless Mountain? It's a barren mountain. Rue was curious. He went to the Poison Sex Forbidden Grounds every summer, so he was very familiar with Medical City and its surroundings. I don't know either. My mother didn't tell me. Little Shadow crawled to his feet and murmured, Your Highness, I'll tell you and the princess in secret. You mustn't let it leak. My mother said not to tell anyone, I'm the only one who can go. Mo said, today's second and third watch will be very late. Please don't wait and come back tomorrow. Little Poison Consort's book has been confirmed and will be launched next year. There will be a new edition, please look forward to it. Chapter 1348. Rue felt that something was amiss after hearing the little shadow's words. He had the little shadow and Yen come closer for a discussion. He asked seriously, the Grand Tutor's report to the medical department was fake. Why? The little shadow shook his head. My father must have a reason for doing this. Yen rolled her eyes at him. Nonsense. The little shadow had long realized that something was wrong, but he thought that he would know when he saw his parents. He didn't want to think too much. Mother had clearly told him that he was not allowed to divulge the secret to others. Unfortunately, he bumped into Princess Yen when he received the secret letter that day and was discovered by her. He had no choice but to tell her and ask her to keep it a secret. Princess Yen also felt that something was wrong and wanted to tell her parents immediately. In the end, he had to promise to take her out of the palace and to Boundless Mountain before stopping her. There would be a large group of shadow guards following Princess Yen out of the palace. The little shadow had no choice but to find the crown prince. He knew that only the crown prince could send the shadow guards away. Shadow, did something happen to your parents? Rue asked seriously. The little shadow didn't answer, but his clear and gentle eyes dimmed. Brother, we can't hide this from Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. No matter what, Imperial Father will take care of it. Yen's admiration for her father was innate. Rue and the little shadow looked at Yen and nodded in agreement. Long Fei Yi was an omnipotent guardian deity in the hearts of all children. He protected the country and each and every one of them. Let's go tell Imperial Father now. Yen said urgently. Rue stopped her. Stupid girl, do you want Shadow to be scolded? Let's go take a look first. Perhaps the Grand Tutor and Auntie Min are hiding there to rest. It's fine. Rue was clearly comforting the little shadow. The three children tossed and turned for a long time before falling into a deep sleep. The little shadow woke up early the next morning. He didn't have the heart to wake His Highness and Princess Yen, so he sat alone at the entrance of the tent. Who knew that His Highness and Princess Yen, who loved to sleep in, had also woken up early? The three children began their journey day and night. When they arrived at Medical City, it was still not the time that Rue and grandfather had agreed to meet. Rue spent the entire night looking for him to distract the shadow guard. The three of them then sneaked off to Boundless Mountain. When the little shadow stood at the entrance of the small courtyard, looking at the empty courtyard and the tightly shut door, he subconsciously stopped. Go! Yen held his hand and strode into the courtyard. The little shadow looked around and muttered, Your Highness, Princess. Did we come to the wrong place? The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and it was obvious that it had not been taken care of for a long time. His mother was the person who liked to tidy up the courtyard the most. The place where his mother lived must be full of blooming flowers, clean and tidy. It would not be like this. The door was locked from the outside, and it was obvious that no one was there. Beside the door were two large stone bathtubs. One of them was covered with countless moss and vines, while the other one had clearly been cleaned. It was empty and clean. The air was already filled with the smell of medicinal herbs, and it became even stronger as they approached the bathtub. Rue bent down to sniff it and asked seriously, Shadow, is this used for medicinal baths? The little shadow hurried over and nodded after a serious sniff. It must be used by father. I remember this smell. The little shadow had not only learned shadow arts since young, but also medicine. He was naturally sensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs. Moreover, father used to soak in medicinal baths often, so he remembered this smell. Then we're right. Where's the grand tutor and the rest? Yen looked around curiously. As they spoke, Rui looked out the door vigilantly, and the little shadow immediately followed suit. Yen then turned back to see two figures approaching from afar. These two were naturally Gu Beiyue and Qin Min. Gu Beiyue looked the same as before. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he was as gentle as jade. However, his face was obviously much paler. Qin Min looked the same at first glance, but her eyes were haggard. The hardships and helplessness of the past 2 years were all hidden in this haggard look. Father, mother. The little shadow dashed out excitedly. He was so excited that he forgot that he could use shadow arts and ran out on foot. In the past 2 years, mother would often send him letters, telling him where she and father were, what happened, and asking about his situation. Back in Ningzhou City, he would always write a few sentences to father under the letters that mother sent to father. And in the past 2 years, father would always write a few sentences to mother in the letters that mother sent to him. He hid all the letters like they were treasures. He always knew that he was not their biological child, so apart from the nostalgia for his parents, there was also a deep gratitude hidden in his heart. He loved them too much. The little shadow threw himself into mother's arms and hugged her tightly. In the end, he was still a 10-year-old child. How independent could he be? After being separated from father and mother for so long, no matter how sensible he was, he could not help but cry. Not to mention a 10-year-old, even an older person would instantly become a child in front of father and mother. Qin Min treated this child as her own. Subconsciously, she had even forgotten that he was adopted. She hugged the little shadow. Without saying anything, her eyes turned red. In the past 2 years, she was afraid that the little shadow would be lonely, afraid that the little shadow would miss him, afraid that the little shadow would think too much. She wrote a letter every 10 days, sending it to various medical centers and then sending it to the palace. She went through so much trouble just to keep him company. Fortunately, the replies she received were all good. The little shadow got along very well with His Highness and Princess. He would tell her many, many interesting things. In every letter, the one he talked about the most was Princess Yen. Gu Beiyue glanced at the two little masters in the courtyard and could not help but frown. However, he did not bat an eyelid. He softly hugged the little shadow and stroked his head. Chen, are you tired from rushing all the way here? The little shadow lifted his head from mother's arms. 2 lines of tears still hung on his face, but a warm smile bloomed on his face. He reached out and hugged father. I'm not tired, he. Gu Beiyue's doting gaze warmed up quite a bit. He seriously sized up the little shadow. You've grown taller. Father is still able to carry you. He picked up the little shadow and smiled as he personally wiped the little shadow's tears. The little shadow was shy and immediately lowered his head, anxiously wiping his own tears. Gu Beiyue smiled but did not say anything. His large hand gently stroked the little shadow's back. In fact, there were not many words between father and son. Just like Long Fei Yi and Rui, just like Gu Beiyue and the little shadow. But there were not many words. A light touch and a hug were enough to surpass all words. Qin Min discovered Rui and Yen. She was alarmed and was about to ask the little shadow when the little shadow confessed, Mother, your letter was seen by Princess Yen. Only His Highness and Princess Yen know that you are here. No one else knows. Qin Min looked at Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue only shook his head at her without saying anything. But Qin Min more or less understood what he meant. After so many years, the two gradually had a tacit understanding between them. Could this be considered another kind of intimacy? It's fine if they're here, Gu Beiyue said faintly. The little shadow was still a little worried and cast an inquiring look at his mother. Seeing his mother smile at him, he was relieved. Shadow, come down. Although watching Gu Beiyue carry the little shadow was an especially happy thing, Qin Min quickly carried the little shadow down from Gu Beiyue's arms. She could not bear to waste any energy. He, also did not have much energy to spend. Qin Min put the little shadow down and held his left hand. Gu Beiyue smiled and held the little shadow's right hand. The little shadow tilted his head to the right to look at his father, then to the left to look at his mother. He was so happy that he laughed out loud. One had to know that he had always been smiling warmly, and it was very rare for him to laugh out loud. The mountain path was too dark and the moonlight was hazy. He could not see his father's expression clearly. At this moment, he was thinking that since his father and mother did not seem to mind the crown prince and princess Yan coming together, and they were fine, then it should not be anything serious. Even if there was something serious, with his father and mother around, then it was not a big deal. Just like that, the little shadow was led by his parents slowly along the mountain path to the courtyard. Rue and Yan stood at the courtyard entrance, watching. Brother, you're thinking too much. Grand Tutor and Auntie Min are fine, Yan said with a smile. Rue did not say anything, but he secretly sighed. He had been worried along the way. Rue was about to walk out when Yan hurriedly stopped him. She ordered in a low voice, "Stop. Brother Ing and father and mother are finally together. Why are you messing around? Let's beg Auntie Min for a meal and then leave." Rue looked at her suspiciously. You were the one who wanted to come along, okay? If you didn't, why would I come? Yan turned and said seriously, I was just worried about Brother Ing. It's fine now. Why don't you leave first? Rue gave her a fake smile. You wish. If he left first, this girl would definitely not go back. Although Rue did not like talkative girls, he would unconsciously become talkative when it came to his talkative sister. The siblings were bickering when Gu Beiyue and the rest came in. Your Highness, Princess Yan. Gu Beiyue was about to bow when Rue and Yan rushed over at the same time. Grand Tutor, Rue missed you. Grand Tutor, Yan missed you. Rue's movements were quick. He rushed over to Gu Beiyue and hugged him tightly. Yan who was 2 steps behind, did not stop in time and knocked into Rue's back. She did not even have time to retract her hands before she hugged Rue. Rue turned back. Sister, what are you doing? Yan was so angry that she wanted to bite him, but she did not. She quickly let go and went behind the Grand Tutor to hug his thigh. Qin Min and Little Shadow were amused. Gu Beiyue could not help but laugh as well. Grand Tutor, why did you ask Brother Ing to look for you here? Grand Tutor, why are you and Auntie Min staying here? Aren't you in the south? Grand Tutor, why didn't Auntie Min let Brother Ing tell anyone about your whereabouts? Grand Tutor, you and Min. Hee, do you have some unspeakable secret? Tell me, I promise I won't say a word. I swear on my father's name. Yan kept asking. Rue could not help but complain, why would I tell you unspeakable secrets? Yan snapped out of her daze and wanted to kick him angrily. Yan's question was naturally Shadow's curiosity. He looked up at his mother inquisitively. All right, it's the middle of the night. Let's go in first, Gu Beiyue said lightly. Chapter 1349. As soon as they entered the room, the three children sat around the table like book boys with their hands folded on top of each other. Gu Beiyue missed the sight. A few years ago, the three children used to sit around him like this every morning in the palace and listen to him tell them stories. Where did he get so many stories to tell? All he told was history. He treated Cloud Realm continent centuries of history as simple stories for the children to understand. Rui would always ask why this and that, while Yen only cared about this and that person. Little Shadow usually fell silent until Rui and Yen finished asking before he added a few more questions. Gu Beiyue knew that the three children weren't waiting for a story, but an answer from him. Qin Min had always wanted Little Shadow to see him, but he refused. Now it was time for Little Shadow to show up. He had to personally teach him the essence of the shadow arts. He never expected Rui and Yen to come as well. Since they were here, it was impossible to hide the truth. They were all children that he had personally taught. He knew their tempers and thoughts very well. Hiding his illness from them would only make them suspicious. As soon as Gu Beiyue sat down, the three children turned to look at him. Little Shadow could see how pale his face was under the lantern light. "Father, are you feeling unwell?" Little Shadow's calm heart grew uneasy again. "Emichim, father is sick," Gu Beiyue said simply. "Grand Tutor." Yen exclaimed. "He's sick, but he doesn't want anyone to know." This, Rui didn't speak, but his brows furrowed. He knew things weren't as simple as they thought. Little Shadow quickly took his father's hand and took his pulse. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell anything. He immediately looked towards his mother on the side. Qin Min didn't know how to deal with these children, much less what Gu Beiyue was planning. She could only remain silent. The Little Shadow looked at his father again with an inquiring gaze, but there was caution and uneasiness in his eyes. Gu Beiyue stroked the Little Shadow's head and smiled. "Don't worry, it's just that the illness is a little serious and needs to rest." "Thus, Daddy has been living here for a very long time, is that right?" Little Shadow asked. Gu Beiyue's judgment was right. He could not hide anything from this child. Back then, she had kept this child because of his talent. She had not expected him to be such a smart and introverted child. Perhaps it was innate, or perhaps it had something to do with Qin Min's teachings over the years. Gu Beiyue admitted, "Yes, I've been living here." "Grand Tutor, have you been recuperating for the past 2 years?" Yen could not help but ask. Before Gu Beiyue could answer, the Little Shadow's tears suddenly flowed silently from his eyes. He hurriedly wiped them away, but the tears continued to flow. He remembered those days in Ningzhou. From then on, his father had been taking medicinal baths. Later, when he returned to the capital, his father often took medicinal baths as well. His mother always told him that it was just a matter of recuperating and not an illness. But now, how could he be so stupid? Why didn't anything go wrong? Not to mention other things, even with his father's medical skills, he could not cure himself after so many years. This was enough to frighten him. Little Shadow did not want to cry, but his tears were not obedient and did not live up to his expectations. They flowed non-stop. He silently wiped them away, but it was too late. Gu Beiyue panicked and hurriedly carried Little Shadow over. At this moment, Yen wailed loudly. Rui immediately carried her over and covered her mouth. "Grand Tutor, what's wrong with you? Tell me." Rui's voice was choked with sobs, but he was still calm. Gu Beiyue helped Little Shadow wipe his tears as he comforted him. It's just that the illness is a little serious and has been for a long time. Don't worry, nothing big will happen. As soon as he said this, Yen let go of her brother's hand and cried, "Then why didn't you let everyone know? Why did you lie? Woo-woo. Grand Tutor, you lied. You lied to everyone." Little Shadow looked up and choked with sobs. "Father, you lied." Gu Beiyue was truly at a loss, but he remained calm. "Yen give it another half a year. The 10-year agreement between your imperial mother and your grandfather, Han Chen, will be up. It will be a tough battle of great importance. If your imperial mother loses, she will have to stay in the poison sect's forbidden grounds to guard the mausoleum. If she wins, the Great Qin's northern borders will be safe for decades." Although Han Chen had promised Long Fei Yi that he would protect the Great Qin's northern borders for 20 years, to him, Long Fei Yi, and Han Yunxi, Han Chen's protection was only a temporary measure. Their own strength was the only thing that mattered. After all, Han Chen was in closed-door cultivation all year round and did not take care of the wolf sect's affairs at all. And the eldest miss of the wolf sect was no pushover. Half a year ago, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi had personally made a trip to the icy and mysterious continent to gather some information in the south. Moreover, Gu's frequent trips over the past few years had brought him quite a bit of information as well. The final battle in half a year's time would definitely be a tough one. The three children quieted down at the Grand Tutor's words. They were also lost. They didn't know what this had to do with the 10-year agreement. Gu Beiyue gently wiped away Little Shadow's tears and said seriously, "Shadow, Father's illness is very serious. We still haven't found a cure. Today, Father will tell you all about it. Keep it a secret for half a year, all right?" Little Shadow's tears flowed again, even more fiercely than before. Yen cried silently as well. Even the usually calm Rui couldn't help but sniffle. What did it mean to be sick for so many years with no cure? They were still young, but they all understood. Gu Beiyue felt like a knife was stabbing his heart when he saw the children's tears. The children were the ones who should have kept this a secret the most. If he had known that Yen and Rui would come, he would have made a secret trip to the capital. Suppressing his heartache, Gu Beiyue said seriously, "Her Majesty's 10-year agreement is very important. His Majesty is busy with state affairs and has to deal with a myriad of affairs every day. Just treat this as my little secret with you all right? After half a year, when the 10-year agreement is over, you can tell me again, all right?" Hearing this, the children finally understood why Gu Beiyue wanted to hide it. However, Qin Min turned her head away. She really wanted to cry. Half a year. Gu Beiyue only had less than half a year left to live. After the 10-year agreement, the Emperor and Her Majesty would never see Grand Tutor Gu again. There would no longer be a Gu Beiyue in this world. They had been working hard for the past 2 years. However, his prophecies were like a curse to himself, coming true one after another. Even his estimation of the time was so accurate. Gu Beiyue, you lied again. You even lied to the children. But, I can't expose you. What's the use of exposing you? What's the use of His Majesty and Her Majesty knowing about this? If he couldn't save himself, who could? Not disturbing the 10-year agreement was an excellent reason. Gu Beiyue held Little Shadow's hand and made a pinky promise with him. After half a year, you can tell His Majesty and Her Majesty on behalf of Daddy, all right? Qin Min was still able to hold on. Her eyes had not turned red for a long time. However, when she heard this sentence, her eyes turned red. Because of the word replace in that month. Little Shadow didn't know the meaning of the word replace. He didn't know that after half a year, his father would no longer be alive to expose this lie and reveal this secret. So, he used the word replace. Little Shadow hesitated. Daddy, what illness are you suffering from? Can you find a way to cure it in half a year? If you don't recover, what will happen to you? He asked timidly. A strange illness. Your mother has been looking for a solution. Don't worry. If you don't recover, you can only soak in the medicinal bath every day. Gu Beiyue didn't give Little Shadow any leeway and said seriously, promise Daddy, alright? Really? Little Shadow asked seriously. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. If you don't believe me, then forget it. Little Shadow couldn't stand Daddy's bluff and hurriedly hooked his finger. I believe you. After Gu Beiyue hooked his finger with Little Shadow, he extended his hand to Rui, and Yen, Your Highness, Princess, do you agree to the half-year agreement? Little Shadow had already agreed, so how could they not? The siblings' hearts trembled at the thought of helping Grand Tutor deceive Imperial Father and Imperial Mother. They often lied about small matters, but when it came to such a big matter, Gu Beiyue seemed to have seen through the siblings' thoughts. He said, if His Majesty blames you after half a year, Grand Tutor will bear the brunt. Rui and Yen exchanged glances and extended their hands. Seeing this, Qin Min's heart was filled with helplessness and pain. However, she couldn't help but admire Gu Beiyue's plan. If he had said that his illness was mild or had used some other excuse, the children would definitely not have believed him. If he said that he was seriously ill and couldn't be cured, the children wouldn't even have room to doubt his illness. Rui, you're here to practice martial arts, right? Gu Beiyue asked seriously. A few more days, Rui answered truthfully. Shadow has to stay and practice with me. Yen, you, before Gu Beiyue could finish, Yen, interrupted, I can't stay. If I stay, Imperial Father's Shadow Guard will come looking for me. I'll go to Clearbreeze Mountain with Big Brother. If it was any other time, Rui, would definitely reject her. Not only was this girl noisy, but her martial arts talent was also average. There was a time when she followed him to Heavenly Mountain to learn swordsmanship, which almost annoyed him and the elders to death. Not only could she not learn, but she also spouted all kinds of nonsense. Given the current situation, Rui agreed without hesitation. Alright, you come with me. Just like that, Qin Min made some snacks for the children. Little Shadow stayed. Rui was afraid that the Shadow Guard wouldn't be able to find them at dawn, so he took Yen back to Medical City that night. Before they left, Yen thought of Lil Thing. After searching for a while, she realized that Lil Thing was actually on the roof, watching them. Lil Thing, are you leaving? Yen shouted. Lil Thing understood her and shook its head, not wanting to leave. Then you should stay with Grand Tutor too. Yen was about to leave when she turned back to remind it, Grand Tutor is sick, don't disturb him. Lil Thing didn't understand, but it nodded whenever its masters said something it didn't understand. After sending Yen and Rui off, Gu Beiyue accompanied Qin Min and Little Shadow to sleep on the same bed. Qin Min slept on the inside, Little Shadow slept in the middle, and Gu Beiyue slept on his side at the outermost edge. Little Shadow was very sensible. Even though he had a lot to say to his parents, he was afraid that his father would be too tired, so he didn't dare to say it. He lay on his back, holding his parents' hands, and unknowingly fell asleep. After Little Shadow fell asleep, Gu Beiyue got up, and Lil Thing, who had been guarding at the side, immediately jumped onto his shoulder. Chapter 1350. Lil Thing had long noticed that something was wrong with the young master. Furthermore, it had smelled the scent of medicinal herbs when it approached the courtyard. It had even specially run into the large bathtub to sniff carefully. Of course, it knew that the young master's health was not good and that he had been soaking in the medicinal bath. But this time, it felt that something was wrong. Judging from the scent in the bathtub, the young master must have soaked in the medicinal bath for a very long time. "Young master, what's wrong with you?" After not seeing Lil Thing for a long time, Gu Beiyue could not help but reach out and scratch Lil Thing's chin. Lil Thing rubbed against his slender fingers gently. Its heart was filled with incomparable grief, but it could not say anything. It secretly decided that from now on, no matter who pestered it or stopped it, it would not care. It would accompany and protect the young master at all times. After Gu Beiyue left, Qin Min followed him out. "It's time to soak in the medicinal bath. If you don't..." Before Qin Min could finish, Gu Beiyue muffled his mouth and started coughing. Soon enough, fresh blood seeped out from between his fingers. "Quick! I've already boiled the medicinal bath." Qin Min was anxious. Gu Beiyue had already reached his limit by holding out for so long in front of the children. Gu Beiyue did not make a sound. It was not that he did not want to make a sound, but that he could not open his mouth. He coughed again, and the blood covered his palm. Lil Thing was even more frightened. It was so anxious that it jumped up and down and squeaked. Qin Min picked Lil Thing up and warned in a low voice, "Don't squeak, you'll wake little Shadow up." The medical apprentice and Xiao Yao had gone down the mountain to buy firewood and rice. They would only be back tomorrow, so there was no one to help Qin Min now. She supported Gu Beiyue to the side of the bathtub, not knowing what to do. Gu Beiyue took a deep breath and got out of the bathtub by himself. Then, he started coughing again. He was afraid of waking little Shadow up, so he covered his mouth with one hand and pointed in the direction of the kitchen with the other. Qin Min finally regained her senses and hurriedly ran to the storage room. She had been boiling the medicinal bath all the time, so she just had to bring it over. Seeing Qin Min run over, the little thing jumped onto the edge of the bathtub. It walked over and over again. Looking at young master, it was about to cry. It couldn't help. Soon, Qin Min returned with a large tub of medicinal soup. She was such a thin and weak girl, and her wrists were especially thin. Yet, she carried a large tub of medicinal soup and walked over step by step. Seeing this, Lil Thing dashed over without hesitation. It scuttled under the big bucket and lifted the entire bucket, reducing Qin Min's burden. With the little thing's help, Qin Min quickly brought the medicinal soup to the side of the bathtub. To soak in the medicinal bath, one naturally had to take off one's clothes. However, Gu Beiyue was lying on the edge of the tub, coughing incessantly. He had no strength to take off his own clothes. A complicated look flashed past Qin Min's eyes, but she did not think too much about it. She leaned over and said in a low voice, "Gu Beiyue, sorry for being rude." She did not know when it started, but she did not use any form of address. She only called him Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue, Gu Beiyue, Gu Beiyue. She called him by his full name, and there was a hint of anger in her tone. Even she did not know what she was angry about. She did not know if Gu Beiyue heard Qin Min saying, "Sorry for being rude." He used to say this very often. Qin Min looked calm, but she still took a deep breath before taking action. She pulled open Gu Beiyue's belt and helped Gu Beiyue take off his outer clothes. Seeing this, the little thing that was running around the edge of the bathtub was stunned. However, Qin Min quickly took off Gu Beiyue's inner clothes. Squeak! The little thing made a soft squeak. It was not loud, and no one knew what this squeak was trying to express. After Qin Min took off Gu Beiyue's outer clothes, her ears turned red. However, she did not delay and bent down to pull open Gu Beiyue's belt. The little thing poked its head into the bathtub to take a look, and its white fur all stood up. It was angry. However, it was only angry and did not do anything. If it was someone else who was so rude to young master, it would immediately pounce on them and bite them to death. However, Qin Min was trying to save young master. At this moment, its feelings were very complicated. Qin Min took off Gu Beiyue's trousers, and her fingers accidentally slid across his legs. She panicked and immediately avoided it, and he clearly froze for a moment. However, both of them quickly pretended that nothing had happened. Qin Min only left a pair of underwear for Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue was helpless and allowed her to torment him. Although he did not say anything, he still cooperated with her. When Qin Min got up, she said in a low voice, "I'm really sorry for my rudeness." Gu Beiyue coughed and was unable to answer. If he could not answer, how would he answer? No one knew. Qin Min did not dare to look at him. Instead, it was the little thing who was stunned. Its white fur that had just fallen down immediately stood up one by one. However, it was quickly pulled down by Qin Min to help carry the medicinal soup. With the little thing's help, Qin Min quickly filled the bathtub with the medicinal soup. Gu Beiyue was still coughing, and the little thing was anxiously scratching her. However, she was helpless and could only wait for Gu Beiyue to gradually calm down. She could only sit by the side with the little thing, waiting and watching over him. How many days and nights had she stayed by the side, watching Gu Beiyue's pale face in a daze? The days were hard to endure. However, the most tragic thing was that she had to worry and fear every day, and even the hard days would be gone. Qin Min and the little thing watched over him for a while before Gu Beiyue's coughing gradually subsided. Seeing this, Qin Min finally heaved a sigh of relief. The little thing turned to look at Qin Min. After a while, it jumped into Qin Min's arms and gently rubbed against her as if it was comforting her. Qin Min stroked the little thing gently, comforting it as well. She placed the little thing on the bathtub and instructed, "Watch over him." The little thing roughly understood and nodded seriously. When Qin Min went to get hot water, Gu Beiyue had basically recovered, but he was weak all over. If he was not leaning against the bathtub, he would not be able to sit still. He was resting with his eyes closed. When Qin Min came over, he opened his eyes and said lightly, "It's been hard on you." "You're welcome." Qin Min's voice was also faint. Gu Beiyue did not say anything else. It was as if the matter of him helping to take off her clothes did not happen. "Give me your hand," Qin Min said. Gu Beiyue was puzzled. Qin Min reminded him, "There's blood on your hands and face. Don't dirty the medicinal soup." Gu Beiyue obediently extended his hand. Qin Min softly said, "Sorry for the impoliteness." Then, she generously took his hand and helped him wipe off the blood. In the past, this was done by the medicine boy. This was the first time Qin Min served him like this. Gu Beiyue watched in silence. Qin Min only gently took the front part of his hand and wiped the blood clean. Then, she immediately let go. She changed into a clean hot towel. "Wipe your face clean too." This time, she did not do it herself. Instead, she passed the hot towel to Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue still did not say anything. He took it and wiped his face. After everything was done, Qin Min went into the room to check on the little shadow. She only left after making sure that the little shadow was still sleeping. Just like before, she sat by the door and watched over Gu Beiyue. She didn't bring up the lie about their half-year promise again. Gu Beiyue didn't say anything either. Did this count as some sort of tacit agreement? Lil Thing was so sad that it wanted to run back to the capital and tell Mama Yunxi and Papa Long about this. Still, it wasn't so stupid that it couldn't tell that the gentleman was intentionally hiding the truth. It didn't understand what the gentleman and the children had agreed on before, but now it was clear that the gentleman wanted them to keep it a secret. The more it thought, the more Lil Thing's eyes grew wet. It jumped out of the tub and sat at the bottom, feeling sorrowful. By now, the skies were already brightening. Rue and Yen had returned to Medical City as well. Ever since the Great Qin Empire established its medical department, Medical City was no longer the same as before. It had become an ordinary city, while the medical academy was purely a medical academy. It didn't interfere with the rules of the medical world, but only taught apprentices and nurtured doctors. Gu Beiyue's residence was still preserved, but the poison sect's forbidden grounds were still sealed off because of the poisons in the mountains. Gu Beiyue's little courtyard became Rue's temporary resting place whenever he came to cultivate. By the time they reached the courtyard, Yen had long fallen asleep on her big brother's back. Rue was about to enter when he sensed something amiss. As expected, someone opened the door from the inside before he could do so. It was none other than his and Yen's godfather, Gu. Gu had made a special trip to wait for Rue, but didn't expect to run into Yen as well. He was stunned at first, but soon, he slowly narrowed his long and narrow eyes and smiled contentedly. This trip was not in vain. Rue was surprised as well. Godfather, why are you here? Why is Yen here? Gu asked as he took Yen out of Rue's arms. Yen was still in a daze, so she probably wouldn't even know it was a bad person holding her. There was no helping it, she trusted her big brother too much. Gu held Yen liking her more and more. My daughter is becoming more and more like her mother. She's getting more and more beautiful. Rue's lips twitched. Is Godfather praising Imperial Mother or Imperial Sister? Gu Beiyue asked as he entered the room, what did you do last night? Why are you only back this early? I just got to Medical City. Rue immediately regretted his words. He was exhausted from the night and had accidentally made a mistake. Gu placed Yen on the bed and tucked her in before turning to look at him. He sized Rue up and lectured, what's wrong with learning to lie at such a young age? Rue was already feeling guilty, so he panicked at these words. He wouldn't be afraid of anything else, but this concerned their half-year agreement with the Grand Tutor. What should he do? His mind spun furiously, but he couldn't think of a suitable excuse. Gu walked closer and bent over Rue, smiling with narrowed eyes. Tell Godfather, where did you two go? Where's Little Shadow? You're not with Yen anymore. What should I do? Rue took a step back, the corners of his mouth twitching, but he couldn't speak. Why did he have to bump into Godfather at this time? Of all people, why did he have to bump into him? At this moment, Rue really missed Yen's chattering voice. He really hoped that Yen would wake up and help him answer his godfather's question. But Yen was lying on her back, snoring away. Gu wasn't old, but he was already shrewd. He smiled even more innocently. TSK, something must have happened. Chapter 1351. It was a well-known fact that Yen loved to sleep. The consequences of waking Yen up were also well known to everyone. But Rue threw caution to the wind. He didn't answer his godfather's question, but circled around him to throw himself onto the bed and pull Yen up. Yen was still in a daze. She let him pull her and did not wake up. Rue had no choice but to release her and shout, Xianyuan Yen, there's a fire. Yen immediately sat up and widened her sleepy eyes. She exclaimed, fire. Rui narrowed his eyes. You're awake. Yen-er's face fell as she punched him. Fortunately, Rui had the foresight to dodge. Yen-er was about to chase after him when she saw seventh young master's godfather standing on the side, staring at her. She froze on the bed, wide awake. This godfather wasn't just her godfather, but her secret master. Many of the 3 views Zhao Mama had taught her came from his mouth. She'd only found out last year. Of course, what she liked the most wasn't the 3 views he'd taught her, but the desserts he'd scrounged from all over Cloud Realm every year. Little Yen-er, did you miss Godfather? Gu asked with a grin. Of course. I missed you to death. Yen-er grinned mischievously. Heh, what's good this time? Let me guess. Rui stood on the side silently, a fake smile on his face. Gu spread out his hands. I didn't know you were here, so I didn't bring anything. What do you want to eat? Godfather will go find it right away. Yen-er realized something was wrong at these words. Godfather had met them by chance, not specifically to find them. Godfather, when did you come? Her heart thumped as she slowly turned to look at her brother. Rui was still smiling. He firmly believed that Yen-er could handle it. Seeing her brother's reaction, Yen-er was even more certain that there was a trap. Her eyes darted around before she smiled again. I want to eat. I want to eat the glutinous rice balls from the time-honored bun shop in the south of the city. Rui slapped himself on the head at these words, completely speechless. Where did the glutinous rice balls come from? Moreover, there was only one old shop in the south of the city. It was not a bun shop but a noodle shop. The steamed bun shop in Medical City is located in the north of the city. Gu laughed heartily. Deal. Little Yen-er, just you wait. Godfather will go and buy it immediately. So speaking, Gu Qishao left. Rui and Yen-er looked at each other. After confirming that Gu had really left, Yen hurried forward and whispered, What happened? Why are you tricking me again? Godfather is waiting in the house when I carry you back. He asked us where we were and where Little Shadow was. I accidentally said something wrong and exposed myself. Rui said anxiously. What did you say wrong? Yen was also anxious. I said we just arrived at Medical City, but Godfather didn't believe me, Rui replied. The few pieces of luggage in the room were proof enough of their early arrival. Idiot. Yen glared at him and asked anxiously, What do we do now? Retreat. Let the Shadow Guard stop him, Rui said seriously. Imperial Father's Shadow Guard had always liked to stop Godfather. Yen had no other choice but to nod. Thus, the siblings carried their luggage and quietly left. But who knew that just as they stepped out of the door, a light cough came from above. Rui didn't even bother to call out the Shadow Guards and pulled Yen to run. They didn't need to look to know that Godfather was on the roof. Although Rui had practiced martial arts for many years, he was the type to accumulate experience. Now was still the time to lay the foundation. Compared to Gu, his martial arts were still weaker. And Yen was even worse. She only had mediocre martial arts. In order not to hurt Long Fei Ye's reputation, the elders of Sky Mountain didn't judge Yen as a good-for-nothing. Gu landed in front of the siblings in a few flips and stopped them. He was still smiling. Little Yen aren't you eating glutinous rice balls from the bun shop? Where are you going? Yen smiled awkwardly, and Rui lowered his head. Gu was deceived, but he was still smiling. Seeing that the two children didn't know how to fight, he went over to pull them, one in each hand. Let's go, I'll take you to eat the noodle soup from the bun shop. Gu really took Yen, and Rui to the time-honored noodle shop. He ordered a bowl of noodles for each of them and even specially instructed the kitchen to add her favorite poached egg for Yen. The two children were indeed hungry, and the noodle soup was especially delicious, but the two children didn't have any appetite. After eating a bowl of noodles, Gu asked, "Are you sleepy?" Rui nodded honestly. How could he not be sleepy after not sleeping for an entire night? If he wasn't worried, he would have dozed off long ago. Yen replied with a yawn. Then go back to sleep, Gu said with a smile. Yen and Rui exchanged glances, feeling increasingly guilty. They felt that Godfather had some big trick up his sleeve to deal with them. After returning to the medical school, Gu still didn't do anything. He doted on his children so much, how could he bear to force a confession? He let Yen sleep well, but sat at Rui's bedside and stared at him. No matter how sleepy Rui was, he would be scared away by Godfather's smiling face. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and asked, "Godfather, let me go." "Let you go for what?" Gu pretended to be dumb. Rui sat up helplessly. "I really can't tell you this. I promised someone." "Who did you promise?" Gu asked. "I can't say." "Godfather, a gentleman's promise is worth 1,000 gold. I can't break my promise." Rui said seriously. Gu was suspicious. It wasn't that he had to know the secret, but he was worried that he was still being deceived. However, just as Gu was feeling suspicious, the door was suddenly pushed open, and Yen came in with an aggrieved expression. Rui and Gu didn't understand what was going on, but Yen started crying. "Godfather, I'll talk. I'll talk. It's about the Grand Tutor. We have an agreement with the Grand Tutor that we can't tell anyone." Yen tossed and turned on the bed, all kinds of worries and guessing what Godfather was going to do. Thus, she couldn't sleep even though she was so sleepy. To her, this was simply torture. It was too painful. She didn't say it, but her heart felt like it was being crushed by a rock. However, she could only say that it had something to do with the Grand Tutor. As for what it was, she wouldn't say it even if she was beaten to death. At this moment, Rui was breaking down. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes, but he didn't ask. He said, "Since it's an agreement, then I won't ask. To your family, you have to be honest from a young age." Yen asked, "What about the enemy? What's there to be honest about when we're already enemies? All's fair in war, understand?" Gu asked. Yen immediately nodded, thinking that it made sense. Gu walked over and patted Yen's head, whispering, "Your father tricked me many times back then." Yen didn't understand, but Gu urged her to go to sleep. Yen looked at her brother doubtfully. Was Godfather really not going to ask? Something felt wrong. Rui was also doubtful, but what else could she do other than believe it for now? Thus, the two exhausted children fell asleep. After Gu left, he searched the entire medical school but couldn't find Gu Beiyue. He didn't hesitate and immediately went to Wuya Mountain. Back then, the people and things in Medical City couldn't escape his eyes. He knew all about it. Although he didn't know that Gu Beiyue was a descendant of the Shadow clan, he always knew that Gu Beiyue's grandfather often went to Wuya Mountain. These two children appeared in Medical City, but Little Shadow didn't follow them. Their secret had something to do with Gu Beiyue. There was no doubt that Gu Beiyue wasn't in Medical City. He was near it. Wuya Mountain was the most likely place. Wuya Mountain was very big. Gu searched the mountain for a while and finally found a small courtyard by the waterfall. At the same time, Gu Beiwe had just finished teaching Little Shadow and was preparing to take a medicinal bath. As soon as Gu Qishao approached the courtyard, Lil Thing sensed his presence. Gu Beiwe glanced back and saw a familiar shade of red, giving him a start. Gu walked into the courtyard. He was more sensitive to the smell of medicinal herbs than anyone else. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. He was almost certain that Gu Beiwe was using large amounts of medicinal herbs every day. He scanned the courtyard and frowned when his gaze fell on the big bathtub at the door. A complicated look flashed through Gu Beiwe's eyes. He knew that he couldn't hide it. Gu walked closer step by step and looked at Gu Beiwe with a frown. After a long time, he said, "Medical nerd, what's wrong?" Gu Beiwe didn't say anything. At this time, Qin Min and Little Shadow came out of the house. When they saw Gu, the mother and son were stunned. In the silence, Gu suddenly roared at Gu Beiwe, "What's wrong with you?" Both Qin Min and Little Shadow were frightened, but the latter immediately rushed over and shoved Gu Qishao aside. He didn't say anything, but he clenched his fists and glared at Gu. He wouldn't allow anyone to be so fierce to his father. No one. His father was sick. Gu ignored Little Shadow and said angrily, "How many days do you have left to live? You actually hid it from me." What was Gu Qishao? He was pill fiend. He could judge the severity of the illness and the extent of it from the amount of medicinal herbs used. With this amount of medicine, let alone a year, it was very likely that he wouldn't even last half a year. For the past 2 years, he had always thought that this medical nerd was running around the Great Qin Empire, busy building medical centers for the people of the Great Qin Empire. Who would have thought that he would be so sick? Gu was so angry that he almost lost his mind. He punched the wall beside him and sneered, "You even hid it from me. You even hid it from me." That year, when he was on the mountain in rear camp, walking step by step towards death, it was this medical nerd who accompanied him every day. When he couldn't take the torture anymore, it was this medical nerd who hugged him and comforted him. At that time, Gu Beiwe kept repeating in his ear, "Shao Qi, if you die, what will happen to Poison Lass?" If not for Gu Beiwe and his words, Gu really couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't end his own life at that time. "Gu Beiwe, if you die, what will happen to Poison Lass?" Gu questioned. When he said this, Qin Min was shocked. She seemed to have understood something. More accurately, she had discovered a secret. She subconsciously covered her mouth. However, Chapter 1352. While Qin Min was shocked, Gu Beiwe was very calm. He said, "Shao Qi, Poison Lass has His Majesty. I don't have to worry." At this moment, Qin Min couldn't tell what Gu meant by, "What should we do?" and Gu Beiwe's, "Don't have to worry." Was it the Shadow Clan's protection, or, however, Gu asked again, "If you die, what will happen to the Great Qin's medical division?" Gu Beiwe was calm as usual. "The Great Qin's medical division doesn't need me anymore. I've been gone for more than 2 years. What will happen to me?" Gu said angrily. Gu Beiwe was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Gu asked again, "What will happen to Qin Min and Gu Nanshan?" Gu Beiwe didn't have anything to say. Gu smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He turned and left. Gu Beiwe chased after him, but Gu ran very fast. Gu Beiwe couldn't catch up at all with his current strength. Qin Min and the Little Shadow hurriedly chased after him. Qin Min blocked Gu Beiwe while the Little Shadow caught up to Gu. Gu's "What should we do?" made Qin Min unable to understand. She didn't want to think about it either. She just wanted Gu Beiwe to be fine. Even if Gu Beiwe gave up, she wouldn't give up. Gu Beiyue definitely didn't know that she had already thrown the small golden knife he gave her into the deep pool under the waterfall. You can't run anymore, Qin Min said sternly. Gu Beiyue's expression was very ugly. He said loudly, Shadow, stop your seventh uncle. The shadow grabbed Gu's hand tightly and said seriously, Seventh uncle, father said you can't leave. Don't make father angry again. Gu was so angry that he shook off the little shadow and said angrily, Your father is about to die. He might not live for more than half a year. Hearing this, the little shadow was stunned. Gu Qishao left with large strides and soon disappeared into the forest. The little shadow slowly turned his head and looked at his father who was being supported by his mother. Gradually, his eyes turned red and tears fell. His vision became blurry and he could no longer see his parents. The sky was dark and the world was collapsing. Father! He cried out and wailed, Father, you're lying. You're lying. Qin rushed over and wanted to hug the little shadow, but the little shadow pushed her away. Instead of running outside, he ran forward and threw himself onto his father's body, wailing loudly. You're lying, the half-a-year promise was a lie. Father, Shadow won't replace you. Shadow never wants to replace you. I don't want to, how could the promise, the word, substitute, be so cruel? Gu Beiyue looked down at the little child and finally burst into tears. Half a month later, Gu returned. Han Yunxi and Long Feiyi also came. Tang Li and Ning Jing, Mu Linger and Jin Zi, as well as the provincial vice-director of Medical City all came. Rui didn't go to Han Chen and came back with Yan The usually empty courtyard was suddenly filled with many people. However, even with so many people, it was still not lively. Everyone was very quiet. When they arrived, they realized that knowing about this matter was of no help to Gu Beiyue's illness. What could they do if even Gu Beiyue couldn't cure it? Only companionship. The only thing they could do, the only thing that could bring warmth was companionship. However, companionship was actually a way of saying goodbye. It was equivalent to saying goodbye for a long time. No matter how long it took, they had to say goodbye in the end. Han Yunxi didn't know if she was angry or sad. She stared at Gu Beiyue for an entire day without saying a word. Long Feiyi sat alone outside the courtyard and didn't ask Gu Beiyue anything. Mu Linger's tears fell as she studied Qin Min's prescription. But even after reading it countless times, she still couldn't see anything that could be changed. This prescription was already very perfect. Unfortunately, it was only a prescription for suppressing coughs, not a prescription for curing the illness. When Gu came, he brought a lot of life-saving pills. However, they weren't as effective as the medicinal soup for Gu Beiyue's illness. Gu Beiyue began to soak in the medicinal soup in the afternoon. Other than Qin Min, the other women avoided him. Gu Beiyue asked them to go down the mountain, but none of them left. They sat cross-legged outside the courtyard. Long Feiyi, Gu, Tang Li, Jin Zi, and Shen Jueming sat around Gu Beiyue, guarding him. Gu Beiyue didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this scene. His heart was stifled, but it was warm. Looking at Long Feiyi's silence, he finally couldn't help but say, Your Highness. When he said, Your Highness, Long Feiyi and Rui turned around at the same time. Seeing this, Gu Beiyue realized that he had called out his name. Rui looked confused. Long Feiyi chuckled helplessly. He knew that Gu Beiyue was calling him. This, Your Highness, contained too many memories and trust from the past. Gu Beiyue must have missed the past. Did people miss the past when they were about to die? Long Feiyi exhaled and walked closer. He didn't say anything and just waited for Gu Beiyue to speak. However, Gu Beiyue was silent for a long time. After looking at him for a long time, he finally said, "Your Highness, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you for too long. As for the medical department, I've already." Before he could finish, Long Fei raised his hand to stop him. "Gu Beiyue, I'm not here to hear your last words." Long Fei then strode out. Tang Li quickly chased after him. He was usually talkative, but he didn't know what to say at this time. Seeing this, Rue and Gu Qishao followed. In the courtyard, other than Qin Min, only Shen Jueming and Jin Zi were left. Shen Jueming was old and sat far away. At this moment, he was looking at Gu Beiyue from afar and secretly wiping his tears. Perhaps, at this moment, Gu Beiyue wasn't the director in his eyes, but just a child with a hard life. Jin Zi was the only one sitting in front of Gu Beiyue. He wasn't familiar with Gu Beiyue at all, but he still came when he heard the news. He hesitated for a moment and said lightly, "Grand Tutor Gu, when we were in Northernly, Ningqing often mentioned you. He definitely doesn't know about this. Just treat me as him. I'll accompany you on his behalf." Gu Beiyue frowned. He wasn't upset at first, but after hearing this, his gentle eyes gradually filled with sorrow. He said, "Okay, thank him for me." The first day was spent in silence. Qin Min looked at the many people in and out of the courtyard. For the first time, she realized that a place with many people could also be deserted. That night, no one could sleep. However, the next morning, Han Yunxi strode into the courtyard. Gu Beiyue was still soaking in the medicinal bath. She didn't care about avoiding him and rushed to him. She said seriously, "Gu Beiyue, before I find a way to cure you, I don't want to talk to you. Your Majesty, don't forget about your 10-year promise. There's still half a year left. You shouldn't waste time on your subordinate." Gu Beiyue spoke to Han Yunxi in such a strict tone for the first time. 10-year promise. Han Yunxi sneered. It's not as important as your life. After Han Yunxi entered the room, she immediately found Qin Min, Mu Ling, Gu, and Shen Jueming. She said, "Qin Min, if you need any help, just tell us. As long as he's still breathing, I'll chop up whoever dares to give up." The Long Fei and Gu Beiyue had teamed up to deceive her. During the Long Fei, Gu, and Gu Beiyue had also teamed up to deceive her. Now, Gu Beiyue had actually deceived everyone. Were these men all big liars? Han Yunxi must have gone mad from anger. Qin Min immediately nodded. "Okay. I'll chop up whoever gives up." After so many years, she was finally not alone. Finally, there was someone who persisted with her. Even though she knew that there would be no results, she still gritted her teeth and refused to give up. Mu Ling, and the others nodded. Mu Ling, said seriously, "Sister, there are similarities between treating the symptoms and curing the root cause. I don't believe that I can't figure out this prescription." Gu glanced at her. He didn't want to discourage her. Actually, after looking at this prescription yesterday, Gu already had an idea. Even if Mu Ling figured out this prescription thoroughly, it would be useless. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. He might as well raise Gu Beiyue into a poisonous Gu human before Gu Beiyue's condition went out of control. It was a pity that the poison for raising Gu humans could not be found now. Han Yunxi pulled Qin Min to ask about the condition. She wished that she could use modern medical knowledge to diagnose Gu Beiyue's illness. At least with a clear diagnosis, there would be a direction for treatment. However, no matter how much Qin Min said, she couldn't diagnose the illness. This illness was similar to tuberculosis and asthma, but it wasn't completely the same. The more she understood, the more she knew that there was no cure. However, no one was willing to say it. No one was willing to despair. Time passed like this. 1 to 2 days, 3 days, until one day, when Qin Min and Han Yunxi buried their heads in a pile of medical books, and Mu Ling, and Shen Jueming buried their heads in a pile of medicinal herbs, Gu suddenly said, "Let's make a Hail Mary effort. Mu Ling, let's figure out a life-saving prescription together. Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives." When he said this, everyone looked up in shock. Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives. Illnesses could be fatal. If they didn't treat illnesses, how could they protect lives? Treating illnesses and protecting lives were actually the same principle. It was just a different way of saying it. Han Yunxi pondered and felt that this saying was very familiar. She was about to say something when Qin Min exclaimed, "Yes. Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives." As she said this, she rushed to the bookshelf at the side and flipped through the medical books like a madwoman. Everyone looked at her curiously. Gu ignored them and said to Mu Ling, "Figure out a life-saving medicinal pills. We'll save lives for as long as possible." Life-saving medicinal pills were used in times of crisis and near death. Among them, the most special ones were life-prolonging medicinal pills. It could be said that it was a type of pill that helped the body to hold on. It could only hold on for 1 or 2 days at most. Moreover, after the effects of the medicine wore off, the patient would die even more painfully. Usually, the doctor would never take the initiative to use such medicinal pills unless the patient requested it. Mu Ling shook her head. Grand Tutor Gu will be very upset. Gu had more or less lost his rationality. He was about to speak when Qin Min suddenly exclaimed, "I found it. I found it." Everyone looked over and saw that she was holding a medical book on acupuncture. "Qin Min, what's going on?" Han Yunxi asked anxiously. "Don't treat illnesses, just protect lives. There's a way, there's a way." Qin Min was so excited that she was incoherent. After so many years, she finally revealed that knowing smile that year under the fireworks in Ningzhou City. She said, Chapter 1353. Qin Min walked over with the medical book and said excitedly, "This medical book was given to me by an old uncle when I was practicing medicine at the medical city inn. The needle technique in it is very strange, and the medical theory is different from ordinary medical theory. We pay particular attention to prescribing the right medicine for the illness, while this formation focuses on strengthening one's physique and allowing the body to fight against the illness." Everyone present was knowledgeable in medicine, so they understood what was going on when they heard Qin Min's words. Just like what Gu had said earlier, since it couldn't cure the illness, it could only protect the life. Everyone had been stuck in a dead end, searching for the right medicine for the illness, but they had neglected another angle. From the perspective of martial arts, one could rely on strengthening one's physique to fight against the illness. Although it couldn't cure the illness, it could at least give the body the ability to fight against the illness. At the very least, it wouldn't cost one's life. In the mysterious continent, there was a legend that if one cultivated to the peak of strength and qi, they could resist all injuries and illnesses and achieve an immortal body. No one had ever cultivated to the peak of strength and qi, but many people had used qi cultivation to resist many illnesses and external injuries. So, there's hope if Grand Tutor Gu cultivates true qi. Mu Ling asked in surprise. Gu stroked his chin and said seriously, with his current body, he might not be able to succeed, and there might not be enough time. Han Yunxi suddenly rushed out of the door and called Long Fei Yi and the others over to tell them the good news. Gu Beiyue was stunned at first, but then he smiled wryly. Regardless of whether it would succeed or not, this was indeed a way. Why didn't he think of it before? Why was he so obsessed with prescribing the right medicine for the illness? A complicated look flitted across Long Fei Ye's eyes, and he said seriously to Gu Beiwei, I'll try transferring true qi to you. Your Majesty, the promise of 10 years. Before Gu Beiwei could finish, Han Yunshi interrupted him with a smile, the promise of 10 years is between me and Han Xiang. Why should a man like him interfere in women's matters? As soon as these words came out, everyone laughed. Long Fei Yi was not a person who liked to meddle in women's affairs. Han Yunshi was the only exception, but Han Yunshi did not like this kind of exception. Long Fei Yi would naturally watch from the sidelines and not interfere in the 10-year agreement. Gu Beiwei also laughed and had nothing to say. However, Qin Min said, Your Majesty, Northman's body is too weak. I'm afraid he can't endure too much true qi. We still have to be extremely cautious about this matter. Qin Min was right to be worried. Long Fei Yi nodded. Just as he was about to speak, Rui spoke up. Imperial Father, I'll invite grandfather over. Perhaps he'll have a solution. Rui was supposed to go to Clear Breeze Mountain, but because of the Grand Tutor, he asked for leave from his grandfather. Han Chen's true qi was much more powerful than Long Fei Ye's. At the very least, with him around, there would be a chance to salvage the situation if anything happened. It would be an additional layer of protection. The next day, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi personally brought Rui to Clear Breeze Mountain to invite Han Chen to come out. Actually, there was no need for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi. Just a single word from Rui was enough to get Han Chen to come out. Many times, people really did care about affinity. Han Chen did not really get along with his daughter, Han Yunshi. Instead, he got along particularly well with his grandson, Rui. He doted on Rui a lot. Normally, if other people asked 10 questions, he would not answer 10 of them, but he would answer everything Rui asked. It had been 10 years. Han Yunshi had settled the charm of a woman, noble and elegant. Long Fei Yi was more mature than before, and his deep gaze was full of masculinity. Han Chen did not look much older. Perhaps it had to do with his pure heart and lack of desires, or perhaps it had to do with the density of his true qi. His handsome appearance and refined figure, as well as his calm, elegant, and steady steps, made it difficult for people to guess his age. Han Yunshi and Long Fei Yi walked in front hand in hand, while Han Chen held Rui's hand and walked behind them. It was the most peaceful and noble scene in the world. Seeing Han Chen appear, the people waiting in the courtyard were relieved. Long Fei had already explained everything clearly to Han Chen. Although everyone was waiting for Han Chen, he still treated them as heir as he entered the courtyard and headed straight for the rooms. Experts naturally had the right to be arrogant. Everyone knew this senior's temper, and they also respected this senior's identity and power. Long Fei Yi said seriously to Gu Beiwei, Senior and I can join hands and use our true qi to protect you. Senior will be the main, and I'll be the support. But it's still a life and death struggle. If you can resist the true qi and turn it into your own, your life will be saved. If not, you won't even have half a year to live. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Little Shadow couldn't help but throw himself into his mother's arms. Qin Min unconsciously bit her lip, her heart thumping wildly. Come in if you've thought it through. Long Fei Yi finished speaking and followed Han Chen into the house. Gu Beiwei had already expected this outcome. No matter what method he used, there was no guarantee that he would be able to save his life. He walked towards Qin Min and Little Shadow, gently rubbing Little Shadow's head and whispering, Chen, wait for Daddy, okay? Little Shadow held back his tears forcefully. He raised his head and answered loudly, okay. Gu Beiwei raised his head and looked at Qin Min. He smiled gently. Wait for me, okay? In that moment, Qin Min was unable to tell if he was putting on a show before everyone, or if he wanted her to wait for him from the bottom of his heart. She was unable to tell if he wanted her to wait for him as a wife or as a doctor. Regardless, Qin Min was overjoyed. No matter what his identity was, at least he had given her the chance to wait. She said, "All right, I'll wait for you." The moment Gu Beiyue stepped through the door, Gu could not help but call out, "Dr. Nerd, I'll wait for you." "Grand Tutor, we'll wait for you." Rui and Yan said together. "Grand Tutor, Ling will wait for you too." Mu Ling smiled forcefully. "North Moon, I believe in you," Han Yunxi said seriously. Jin Zi purposefully stood up. "Grand Tutor Gu, Ning Qing will wait for you." Lil Thing had no idea what was going on, but it knew they were all here to save the gentleman. It quickly jumped onto the gentleman's shoulder and reached out to hug his face, stroking it gently in hopes of giving him some strength. Gu Beiyue looked at the group and Lil Thing and suddenly felt like he was at home. This small courtyard didn't seem so cold and cheerless anymore. He nodded and strode into the room. What followed was the days of waiting. The courtyard was very small, with only a single room. The adults all ate and slept in the open while the three children stayed in the kitchens. Tang Hongdo and Lil Ling didn't come, but Mu Ling left Lil Ling at the Tang clan and entrusted her to Lady Tang's care. Everyone waited for several days. Jin Zi, who rarely spoke to anyone, took the initiative to ask about Han Yunxi and Su Xiaoyu's situation. After all, everyone had gone through life and death in Tiger's prison. It had already been 10 years, so Su Xiaoyu should have grown up by now. Su Xiaoyu hadn't gone to Cloud Realm continent with Han Qin over the past few years, and Han Yunxi had no way to keep in touch with her in the Ice Sea. 3 years ago, Han Chen had sent Su Xiaoyu to the northern regions of the continent to gain experience. Even now, Han Yunxi still hadn't heard from her. To the children of the continent, gaining experience was an extremely important thing. It symbolized growing up and becoming independent. Only those who came back alive would be acknowledged by their clansmen and nurtured by their families. After hearing Han Yunxi's answer, Jin Zi said coldly, "With Su Xiaoyu's temper and methods, she'll definitely come back alive." Mu Ling added, "Big sis, if Lil Yu had learned martial arts from Senior Han earlier, you might not have had to compete with Han Xiang at all." With Lil Yu's jealousy and protective temper, as well as her vicious and merciless ways, she might have gotten rid of Han Xiang earlier if she had the strength. Han Yunxi had received a letter from Lil Yu a long time ago, reminding her of Han Xiang's evil intentions. Combined with her investigations in recent years, Han Yunxi had a rough idea of what Han Xiang was like even though she'd never met her. She wasn't afraid of Han Xiang playing any tricks during their 10-year agreement. After all, the sect head, Han Chen, was present. After days of waiting, Jin Zi only asked about Lil Yu and chatted with her for a while. Aside from that, everyone was silent and tense. The fresh air in the forest grew heavy, as if shrouded in a never-dispersing fog. A single door separated them, and their fates were uncertain. On the night of the 10th day, Gu Beiyue's screams suddenly rose up from within the room. Everyone woke up from their dreams and rushed to the door at the same time. Qin Min was at the front and almost pushed the door open when Han Yunxi grabbed her hand. "Qin Min, you can't." At a time like this, it was taboo to disturb someone. Qin Min calmed down and silently retreated to the side. Who knew that what followed was Gu Beiyue's screams of pain? Although he was sick and weak, he wasn't weak or pretentious. Since he was young, he had been suffering from his illness. Who had ever heard him cry out? Even though Qin Min had accompanied him for more than 2 years and had seen him suffer from his illness several times, she had never heard him cry out. At this moment, what exactly was he going through? Qin Min's heart clenched, and so did everyone else's. Han Yunxi almost pushed the door open herself. This time, it was Gu who stopped her. Han Yunxi had never seen Gu so serious before. He said, "Poison lass, you can't." They could only wait. After some time, Gu Beiyue's screams gradually subsided. However, everyone's hearts couldn't calm down. How was Gu Beiyue? The room returned to its usual silence. The courtyard was also eerily quiet. The lone moon in the sky illuminated the courtyard, but it couldn't illuminate everyone's hearts. This wait lasted for another night. However, the next morning, just when everyone was exhausted, the creaking sound of the door opening broke the silence of the morning. As soon as Han Qin walked out, everyone swarmed over to him and began to ask questions. How is Gu Beiyue? Is the Grand Tutor safe? Did it go well? How's the situation? Han Chen was surrounded and had nowhere to go. He frowned at the crowd and said expressionlessly, "Old man did his best." In an instant, everyone was stunned. However, Han Chen asked again, "Who is Qin Min?" Qin Min almost broke down. When she heard this, she looked over and said, "I am." Han Chen said, "Success or failure will depend on the next 6 months. You must use acupuncture every day to straighten out the true qi in his body to prevent him from going berserk." When he said this, everyone fell silent. Chapter 1354. Han Chen's words were spoken expressionlessly and in a calm tone. But to everyone else, one was hell and the other was heaven. Although there was no conclusion yet, there was hope now. There was a way to save him. Qin Min's entire body was trembling as her lips and teeth chattered. After a while, she finally nodded and asked, Can I go in now?" Han Qin only nodded and didn't speak. Qin Min immediately rushed into the room, followed by everyone else. Everyone's attention was on Gu Beiyue, so no one noticed that Han Chen's complexion wasn't good. For the sake of saving Gu Beiyue, Han Chen had expended a great deal of true qi. Inside the room, Long Fei Yi was in the same state. The loss of true qi from the father-son-in-law pair was no less than a serious injury. It would take a year or 2 for them to recover. Fortunately, Han Yunxi hadn't been involved, or else Han Yunxi would have lost the 10-year pact. Once inside, everyone discovered that Gu Beiyue was unconscious on the bed, while Long Fei Yi was sitting on one side, his eyes closed and his face pale. Qin Min quickly went to check on Gu Beiyue, while Han Yunxi walked to Long Fei Yi's side and took his hand, her heart aching. "Fei, how are you feeling?" Long Fei Yi opened his eyes and said mildly, "I'm fine." "Your Majesty, when will he wake up?" Qin Min asked anxiously. "Right now, the true qi in his body is flowing freely. Hurry up and use the needle technique from the medical book to prevent him from going berserk," Long Fei Yi said seriously. Needles were Qin Min's forte. She had already learned the needle technique from the medical book, but had never had the chance to use it. "Okay." She nodded seriously. Although she was nervous, her eyes, which had been dim for many days, gradually lit up. Although everyone was concerned, they all withdrew from the room, leaving only Mu Ling and Dr. Shin to help Qin Min. The little shadow really wanted to go over and hug his daddy, but he didn't dare to disturb him. He just stood at the side and watched. The little thing sat on his shoulder and was especially quiet. Han Yunxi helped Long Fei Yi out. Only then did everyone know that Long Fei Yi was exhausted. "Long Fei, you can take it, right?" Gu Qishao asked. Long Fei Yi looked up and replied, "I won't die." As soon as he said that, the two of them looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Gu laughed loudly, and Long Fei Yi smiled faintly. Only Han Yunxi knew what the two of them were laughing about. Everyone else was at a loss. How could he still laugh in such a situation? Long Fei sat down on one side and discovered that Han Qin was gone. It was only then that everyone realized that Han Qin wasn't in the courtyard. Imperial grandfather said that he has left. He also said that he won't teach me martial arts this summer and will have to wait until next year. Rui said seriously. Long Fei Yi was surprised. He knew that Han Qin had used up a lot more energy than him, but he didn't expect that it would be so serious that he couldn't teach Rui martial arts. It seemed that he was going to go into seclusion to recuperate. In any case, the stone that had been pressing on everyone's hearts was finally lifted. The next day, Gu Beiyue woke up. His complexion was much better than before. Although he still coughed and even coughed up blood, he didn't cough like before. Gu Beiyue knew how much Han Qin and Long Fei Yi had sacrificed. He wanted to visit Han Qin. Long Fei Yi smiled. "When you recover." Gu Beiyue also smiled. That's good, that's good." When everyone saw Gu Beiyue's warm smile, they were all infected and unconsciously smiled as well. Laughter aside, everyone knew that Gu Beiyue wouldn't have an easy time in the next 6 months. He was in danger of going berserk at any moment. Qin Min had to accompany and watch over him at all times. If anything happened, all her efforts would be wasted. No one mentioned this matter. Everyone had a smile on their faces. It seemed that Gu Beiyue had already recovered. However, only Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi left. The others didn't. Long Fei Yi had a bunch of important matters to attend to. If they didn't return, those officials would probably make a fuss. Han Yunxi had to seize the time to cultivate in seclusion and do her best to fulfill the 10-year promise. The others, even Yen and Rui didn't leave. They wanted to stay with Little Shadow. Gu was the most exaggerated. He was going to build a small wooden house by the waterfall. The wood was already chopped. Gu Beiyue really couldn't stop him. Qin Min persuaded him instead. "It's good to let everyone stay. If I can't handle it, I can't keep an eye on you all the time." Gu Beiyue's persuasion skills were first class. In the end, he managed to persuade Tang Li, Ning Jing, Mu Ling, Jin Zi, and Dr. Shen to leave. As for Gu, he didn't say a word. He knew that if he tried to persuade Gu again, Gu would scold him. So, in the end, only Gu, Rui, Yen, and Little Thing stayed. Gu spent several days building 2 wooden houses next to Gu Beiyue's courtyard. He helped Qin Min guard Gu Beiyue while taking care of Rui and Yen. Qin Min let Little Shadow and Rui live together on the grounds that they shouldn't disturb their father. She and Gu Beiyue lived in the same house. At night, Gu Beiyue slept on the bed while she slept on the warm couch next to him, like a maid keeping watch at night. She woke up whenever there was any movement on Gu Beiyue's side. She even woke up several times for no reason and scared herself. Xiaoyao persuaded again and again. "Miss, you'll be exhausted." The medicine boy felt distressed for his mistress. "Madam, Xiaoyao and I will take turns to guard you. If there's anything, we'll call you. You can sleep peacefully." Qin Min ignored them. She couldn't be sure when Gu Beiyue would act up. She was afraid that if she slept too deeply, it would delay the time and cause a disaster. On this day, only Qin Min and Gu Beiyue were in the house. Qin Min sat at the side reading a medical book. There was a set of golden needles on the desk, ready to be used at any time. Gu Beiyue sat at the tea table and looked at her for a long time. Finally, he walked over. He sighed softly. "Qin Min, take a rest." It had been more than a month. He had seen her hard work. And it wasn't just this one month. Qin Min smiled. "It's okay. I'm not tired." Gu Beiyue was helpless. After another month, Gu Beiyue still said to her, "Qin Min, take a rest." Qin Min still said the same thing. "It's okay. I'm not tired." However, Gu Beiyue looked into her eyes and said seriously, "Take it that I'm begging you." Qin Min's heart skipped a beat. She avoided his gaze and didn't answer. However, that night, Qin Min let the medicine boy keep watch while she slept on the couch outside. After that, Qin Min began to take turns with Gu and Xiaoyao to keep watch. As for whether Qin Min could sleep peacefully when she didn't keep watch, only she knew. The days passed like this. It seemed peaceful, but every time Gu Beiyue's inner qi ran amok, it was a battle of life and death. Little Shadow also couldn't sleep well, but he didn't dare to tell anyone. Still, Rue sensed it. He discussed things with Yen who played all sorts of tricks during the day until Little Shadow was exhausted. Meanwhile, Rue would occasionally find Little Shadow to practice martial arts with. After using up all their energy during the day, it was easy for them to fall asleep at night. After all, children couldn't endure as much as adults. Day after day, half a year passed in a short time. On this day, Han Yunxi emerged from closed-door cultivation, as did Han Qin. Han Xiang used Han Yunxi's territory as an excuse to refuse to fight in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. She wanted to change the location to the ice sea between Cloud Realm and the mysterious continent. Han Chen agreed to Han Xiang's request. After Han Yunxi emerged from closed-door cultivation, she was accompanied by Long Fei to the ice sea. Han Chen followed suit from the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Gu and Gu Beiyue heard the news as well. Before Gu could speak, Gu Beiyue said, "Shao Qi, you go. Leave the two children behind." Naturally, Gu Qishao wanted to go as well. No matter when or where, no matter how strong his poison lass was or how high she stood, or even who was looking after her, he'd never be able to set his heart at ease. But Gu Beiyue was about to recover in half a month. If anything happened during that time, even the gods wouldn't be able to save him. Gu was in a difficult position. Gu Beiyue simply said, "Shao Qi, go in my place. Remind esteemed Empress to be careful and not be careless." Just how much did he mean by "in my place"? It wasn't clear how much Gu understood, but he nodded. "All right, take care." He was planning to hide the news from Rue and Yen but Rue had long gotten the news from the Shadow Guard. Before Gu left, Rue had already taken his little sister down the mountain. Gu Qishao could only hurry down the mountain and take the two siblings with him. It wasn't just Gu. Tang Li, Ning Jing, Mu Ling, and Jin Zi were all heading for the ice sea at the same time. Unfortunately, Ning Qing, who was on the northern shores of the ice sea, had no idea what was going on. He and Jin were busy with the Xiankong Trade Consortium's business. His son, Ning Yuan, had taken Hua Jin as his godmother and spent all his time with her. His temperament was very similar to Hua Jin's, unlike the two of them. Those who saw him couldn't guess that he was the young master of the Xiankong Trade Consortium and only thought of him as a small assassin. After Gu, Rue, and Yen, left, Gu Beiyue's small courtyard became much quieter. Qin Min was still guarding him. Without Rue and Yen's company, Little Shadow stayed by his mother's side and guarded his father with her. Gu Beiyue climbed the mountain every day and looked towards the north. Qin Min and Little Shadow naturally followed him. Little Shadow asked, "Daddy, will esteemed Empress win?" Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. "Yes, she never fights a battle she's not confident in." Qin Min looked at him, and Gu's words that day unconsciously surfaced in her mind. However, she quickly shook her head and stopped thinking about it. What was the use of thinking about it? No matter how much she thought, his heart was still that heart. She couldn't understand it and couldn't enter it. Her only hope was that he could live through these 10 days and survive this calamity. Even if she left, he had to be able to rest assured. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The promise of 10 years, the decisive battle at the ice sea. On this day, Han Yunxi stood on the shore of the ice sea and watched from afar as Han Xiang rode a snow sled over. At Wuya Mountain, Gu Beiyue's true qi suddenly became chaotic. The situation was critical. Qin Min had clearly used acupuncture, but she couldn't control the true qi in Gu Beiyue's body. She panicked because she had never seen such a situation before. Little Shadow and Xiaoyao couldn't help from the side and could only worry helplessly. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.